Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, January the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Need a couple of yeses, please. Hopefully I get a couple of yeses. Good and good, yes and yes, thank you. So you can hear me and see my screen. Excellent. Well, hope everybody had a good long weekend. 3 days off from trading. Now we're getting right back into it. Tons happening this morning. First thing I should mention is the trade of the week is Digital Ally, DGLY. So the suggested entry is $3.19, and your stop is the rise. Well, obviously it'll change. Is the 10 SMA on the daily chart. So Digital Ally DGLY is the trade of the week. Suggested entry around 319. Now, let's take a look at other things. Boy, ACRS, massive gap up, positive data for them. Look at this gap. Look at this daily chart. Big gap up for ACRS. Don't really see any near-term resistance for this one. 114%, 6.2 million shares have traded already pre-market. TENX. This is, yeah, it's kind of holding. It's up 65. Another, look at this. 11 million have traded already, only 12.5 in the float. This will trade the float several times easily today. And see if I can see, announces transformative. We have an acquisition of PH Precision, so there is some news about this one. So it's an basically it's an acquisition pop. NERV, another small one. NERV. Yeah, it's kind of holding. And so they have a deal going with RPR. I didn't actually take a look at RPRX. I think they received a $60 million payment from them. RPRX. Okay, so that's the deal with NERV. All right, GME continues. Man, oh man, GME continues. Wow, it's almost at the high of Thursday. Somebody said, well, why wouldn't you swing this one? Well, I don't know. Where would you put your stop? If you had swung this one here and it got up to 42 and then it got down to 33, a drop of 10, like where are you going to put your stop? I'm not saying you can't trade it, but, you know, with the wild swings it's had. But anyway, look at this. I mean, this is almost at the high of Thursday. Pola. Pola. Whoops. POLA. And, of course, this was super active on Friday. Got all the way up to 1567 before it traded right back down to 11. I mean, that's a pretty big drop, but trying to come back. POLA. I don't see any specific. Okay, they filed for a mixed shelf of up to $100 million, so they will be doing a financing. GRTS. Boy, a lot to get to. GRTS. So this is a virus play. GRTS is a virus play. Huge gap up here for it. OBSV. I don't see any specific news other than just a follow through. Look at the last 3 days or the last 2 days and now a continuation for the third day for OBSV. Remember, Thursday morning this opened around 210, so what a pop over the last, well, including now. CHNR. Don't see any specific reason. It's just popping up. CHNR, China stock, of course. Look what it did after hours on Friday. PPSI. Is it still holding? So again, these are another, EV plays. I saw Ballard and Plug and Fuel Cell were up also this morning. Now this has pulled back quite a bit, 746. So it's dropped almost $1 from the pre-market highs. Again, don't see any specific reason. I think it's just, the sector. FUTU, man, what a pop for this one. FUTU, China, Fin. Almost an all-time high. I guess the all-time high is up here around 80. Gevo, another one that was active last week. So when you ask about the person to talk to about the AI, what would you like to know, Nick? I can probably help you. Somebody in our YouTube feed. Gevo, another pop-up here for Gevo. Don't see any specific reason. I'm just noticing Noble Capital maintains coverage. Other than that, I don't see any specific reason. Boy, on the way down, BHVN on the way down. Negative data for this one, down 13%, $11.40, negative data. Biotech. AMC. This was, I have this here just in case it can take out the 3 level. Of course, beaten up stock, but if it can take out, if it can take out the 3 level, I mean, it's a lot of volume so far. It's a big float. But you can just kind of see the 3 level, then it has a shot to get up to that 4 level. And Bingo, BENG. I think this is still active. I'm not sure I see any specific news on it. Reports MD Anderson Cancer Center publishes, maybe they publish an article that mentioned Bingo's name, BNGO. METX. A lot to get through this morning. METX. Okay, so this is pulled back quite a bit here. Establishes TikTok multi-channel network. Okay, so that is METX. China stock. PRPH. This is gap down, holding the financing. 3 million shares at $12.50, so it's holding the financing price. Okay, thank you, Avery. I noticed they also said something about congratulating a Nobel Prize winner and co-founder. Okay, so he was a Gevo co-founder. Okay. Thank you for that, guys, for the Gevo. CLXT is, look at this continuation after the great day on Friday. Continuation today. Volume is, not huge, but it's a low float, CLXT. Talked about GME, QLI. This is on the way down. This was of course, a crazy one. A few days ago, got all the way up to 23 something. QLI is gapping. Well, it was gapping down a lot more when it was down here at around 830. TME, 10 cent. TME. I think this is an all-time high. Yep, all-time high for TME. And just as I was getting started to put the gappers in, this one popped in. AESE gaming stock. AESE. So they announced the sale of World Poker Tour to Element Partners for a total of, looks like $78 million. All right. Upfront payment of $68 million. All right. Okay, just want to make sure somebody in the YouTube feed saying they can't see my screen. You guys can see my screen, right? I'm talking about actually I know you guys can't hear. Oh. All right, just give me a moment here, guys. You know what I just did? Give me a moment here. Just have to unminimize all these windows on my other monitors. It's very annoying. Give me one more second as I... Okay, so yeah, so it must be on your end. Obviously, who asked that question about not being able to see my screen? UT, yeah, you have to do a refresh or something then. Maybe come back into the room. Appears everybody else can see my screen. All right. What do I think of Tell? I like Tell. I think it's on my watch list. I think it's on the watch list. Yeah, it's on the watch list. Whether it triggers or not, it has to take out the high of Friday. It looks like it could trigger. All right, guys, I'm just going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See how active they've been. There they are, the analysts. Whoa, we have got a ton of upgrades. Of course, this is the start of really the big start of earnings week. We had some of the big banks last week. We'll get really into it this week and then next week for sure. All right, I've got a ton of upgrades. I'm not going to be able to get them all in, so... Trying to see if I have any multiple upgrades. Yeah, even Facebook's getting an upgrade. Okay, I see EMR a couple of times. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades. Get the downgrades in now. Not quite as many downgrades. Interesting. I see Space has a downgrade, and I know it's just ripping. Well, not ripping this morning, but certainly active and up this morning. And that's SPCE. A few more downgrades to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. I want to take a look at Tiger, T-I-G-R. Still strong, strong, strong. This has been a super, super run for the last 2 months, 2.5 months now for Tiger, T-I-G-R. China Fin, reason why I wanted to see it, I'm just looking at FUTU, same sector, and just look at the pop it's had. Tiger, T-I-G-R. Okay, and just to repeat, the trade of the week is DGLY, Digital Ally, suggested entry, no trigger unless it hits 319. If I'm going to take this, I'm actually going to wait for a break here. And that's at 325, you know. I'm just going to wait for that break right there if I'm going to take this. It has room to get up to the 4 level. But of course, it's completely up to you how you want to trade it. Yeah, STLA is not does not trade in the U.S., does it? This is a, or is this starting to trade now? I know this. I know what you're talking about. Oh, it is. So it actually is trading on this on our exchange, on the New York Exchange. Interesting. Yeah, check. Remember now, check these. The only reason we even looked at check was because of bingo. And they were granted that 180-day extension to regain NASDAQ compliance. That was the only reason we really looked at check back then, because bingo, you know, said the same thing, I think a couple of days before. And so, yeah, check absolutely popped on that news, but it's really done nothing since. Mark, are you talking about DGLY? It's, well, I guess it's the high of Friday. I mean, that is, yeah, it looks like that's the high of Friday. So if it takes the high of Friday out, as I say, I might wait. If I'm going to take this trade, I'll probably wait for another 6 cents or so. You know, and have it take out the, what's that, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, so that's the high of Monday. Maybe take that out. Look at Churchill by the, remember this one? Very, very active. Now it's CCIV maybe. CCIV, Churchill. Yeah, there we go. All over the place. Yeah, I see Palantir just, yeah, it's just showing up on my gap up list. Palantir PLTR. Kind of been kind of lazy over the last few days after the tremendous run it had. Of course, this was one of those IPOs that bypassed the typical way of going as an IPO, and I don't know if I can say it suffered for it over the first the 5 weeks. It certainly didn't move. But after that, look at this run it had. So it bypassed going through the typical, the big financial houses, underwriting them, etc. Wow, ACRS, what a huge move. Positive data. Look at this move. ACRS. Let's back this out and look at that monthly chart. I'm going to back this out a little bit more to see it's approaching the levels of looks like October of 2018 now. I think one I didn't mention was DBVT. DBVT. I think this was, yeah, this is gapped up too. I don't know why I don't have it on my list, but definitely I think it's in the, yeah, it's on the watch list. Just didn't, I forgot to add it in my discussion this morning, but look at DBVT, what a pop up for it also. It's not a low float either, 109 million shares in the float. All right, guys, I shall now I shall now load my other layout. IPOE on the move here, guys. IPOE on the move. All right, just getting set for the open. And as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down and this repeat these three windows right here. First of all, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is on purpose. And if you want to follow along from the toolbar, if you click on New, Channel Bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list. Remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. And I just also want to just pop in quickly. The promo code for 20% off is still active until 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, and there it is, MLK21. Give me a moment here. I have to get that into the YouTube feed. I can't put it all in at once. All right, guys, just arranging a few things on my other monitor. All right, what is MHC? I think that I'm hearing that. Another one that is just popping up here. Look at this, HMHC. Well, I'm still keeping my eye on IPOF, okay? But I mean, look, obviously IPOE is just ripping. You know, that seems to be the one right now for sure, but I'm not in this one. I'm not in either of them now. I was in IPOF, but I'm not in it anymore. Still looking to for another entry. All right, everybody, the market is going to open in less than 30 seconds now. So let's have a great start to this trading week. Just one moment, please. All right, now we are now open for this for the week. DBVT popping in right away. This one was really ripping earlier. BFT, still another one of the SPACs. Another one of the SPACs, guys. BFT, this is almost an all-time high. I guess this is the all-time high of 17. Very, very close, BFT. Wow, ACRS, and this is not a super low float. 31 million in the float, not a super low float, but this positive data is just absolutely top line data from, I don't know what drug they've got. Rheumatoid arthritis, so this is not a virus play. Yeah, so just to reiterate, the trade of the week is DGLY. It is not considered, well, I mean, you do what you want, but the suggested entry is over the high of Friday, right at 319. Just told you, in stock, DGLY. Suggested entry at 319. OBSV on the move. Look at the volume that's just coming into it. 2 million shares. Meanwhile, Tilray, TLRY. Wow, look at the move down here. What's MJ doing? Yeah, I didn't take it. I still want to take this as a longer term hold, but something's happening with Tilray. TLRY. I'm just trying to see if there's any specific news of financing or something, because that is a big move down. Yeah, so I don't make any suggestions like that, Kumar, okay? Asking me, OBSV, can we enter now? Not a financial advisor, okay? So I'm just pointing out stocks that are moving. You might have to wait for a setup later. I wouldn't be chasing anything. Yeah, something's happening to these cannabis plays, guys. Here's another one that was flying high last week. HEXO. I'm not on mute. Do a refresh. Whoops, sorry about the caps. So yeah, what's happening, Kumar? These are ideas, okay? So it does require, if you're brand new to trading, I mean, what I'm talking about are just ideas to check it out, take a look at where support resistance is. Plus I don't really trade in the first 15 anyway. I like to see things settle down a little bit. Something though is happening with cannabis plays. Take a look at CGC, see if it's affecting most of them. The answer is yes. Look at APHA, look at ACB. Wow. I mean, guys, this is something's happening. These are all cannabis plays. ACB, Tilray, APHI. Now there's Tiger, guys. I was talking about Tiger earlier. Take a look at FUTU. This is another China fintech. This is why I was interested in Tiger, TIGR. These China fins are just ripping. This is not an all-time high. The all-time high is way back here. They did the IPO here. I know it doesn't look like it, but this was an IPO here. Got all the way up to 24. All right, small one, INUV. Look at the volume it came into INUV. I know it was active in the pre-market, but it was under $1, so you know my scan did not pick it up. But now look at INUV. It's not a low float, 81 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float. Just trying to see if there's any specific reason for it, and I do not see a reason today anyway. Though it had news, I guess it had news after hours on Friday. Morning, Benham. How's crypto doing, GBTC? See if there's that sector is not bad. I mean, it's up, but it's starting to fade. So just looking for a sector that is maybe moving. I mean, the market is up, but flat. Market's kind of flat right now. And there's iClick, ICLK. Remember that one from last week, guys? ICLK, all-time high now. Just it took out the high. Took out the high on Friday. All right, just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything I see. So NIO is on the move, NIO. This one is coming back, RVP. Look at this now. This is very interesting, RVP. This is one that I looked at, well, it looks like about 3 weeks ago as a potential swing. It was on this day I was looking to swing this one, but it didn't close well enough, and then I'm glad I didn't because then it had the drop. But now it looks like it's trying to come back, RVP. And it's a low float, 12 million in the float. RVP. See if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. Let's see how well this keeps trading today. It's going to really start to fill in this gap. I mean, it's trying. And there's bingo. Yeah, the retractable syringes, yes. All right, Sorrento. Wow. Okay, this is one that can be kind of I find a very tough intraday trader, but it's at 3. This is a third day continuation for Sorrento, SRNE. All right. Well, the trigger never hit so far for GGLY. Remember, the trigger is 319. I mean, if you choose to take it earlier, I mean, that's completely up to you, of course. But DGLY, the suggested entry was 319. It has not hit. Last week's trade of the week is still looking good. FUV. The trigger was like 1580 and it got as high as 1925, 29 or so before it pulled back. Like a lot of stocks did this on Friday, especially the EV stocks. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I don't know about Zoom, ZOM. Gilt is tripping higher here, guys. Look at GILT. GILT, this was on the watch list. It just hasn't, nothing will trigger in here until the first 15 minutes. That's on purpose. ICLK is still, looks like it's trying to challenge 13. It's an all-time high right now. Yeah, this is a trade of the week from a couple of weeks ago, I guess. UAVS. All right, here's another one just moving here in Insgo, INSG. Look at this move here, 97 million, so it's not a low float. Look at the volume that just came in. INSG. It's got as high of, well, it looks like about 3 weeks ago, up to 18. All right, couple of minutes to go until we get 9:45. Here's another one that was moving in the pre-market. Didn't talk about it. BQ. Another of these China stocks. Yeah, this got room. Look at this room, guys. 768 right there. And what did it get up to? I think this, I don't know, 1043. Not sure if this was an IPO or... So keep an eye on BQ. If it can hold this area, it can start to fill in this void here. There's iClick, guys. ICLK on the move. And another one, CLX, well, this is still on the move. Great 3 days. CLXT, low float, 13 million in the float. Again, one of these ones, I don't see any news on it. And let's take a look. Looking left on that weekly chart, the next high is 841, so it's approaching. Gilt continues here. Look at the volume that's coming in. All right, guys. BNGO challenging 10. It hit 10. That's when it is a few months ago. Back in September of 2018. Challenging 10. Just remember, this is very whippy. Huh? Even though it's got 153 million in the float, it's a very whippy stock. BNGO. Now this is chase mode, you know, I mean, I see, okay, so again, this is the watch list, all right? Doesn't mean when you get the alert, you just take the trade. I mean, this is so extended right now in that 2 and the 5. You know, you'd like to see it settle just a little bit. It may not, it may just keep going. All right, I'm sticking an alert for bingo at about 10:02 to see if it can get back over 10. Okay, so just a word about there's the AI alert at TC. Lots of support at 4. Okay, so I mean it still has some room if it wants to keep going down, but I did see this in the pre-market, but kind of thought, wow, there's so much support at 4. Okay, thank you. I didn't realize that. AFA merging into Tilray. Meanwhile, TRIT. So TRIT, T-R-I-T, the low last week was, or on Friday, sorry. Probably the same though. Low last week was 781, GRIT. Well, I don't know if that merger. There's Tiger, guys. TIGR. Been talking about this one. Look at MJ. So I don't know if that merger AFA is the whole reason for this, but I mean MJ just not looking good right now. The cannabis ETF. Let's see if it settles down. Again, how to predict. So look at this. DBVT got up to 771. It's dropped $1 on the way down. This is, unfortunately, this would have been really interesting to short. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. So I'm just watching. So the SPY, that was earlier. It was just kind of flat. A couple of red candles now. Market is still positive, but market is starting to drift down a little bit here. Don't know, Chris. You'd have to ask. I have no idea how you can view them yourself. I have no idea. So you'll have to ask that question. I don't know if it's possible. All right, so it's hard for me to believe that this AFA APHA merger with Tilray is causing this, the overall industry to sink. But I mean, there's the ETF for cannabis. I mean, it is just really getting clobbered here. BHC, yes, Dom, it does have a lot of room on that. Little bit of room, $3 or so, I guess, $3 or so. I don't know. Bausch, did it have some news today? Completes enrollment at first. So there is some news on it. BHC, big float, 350 million in the float. All right, keep an eye on ACRS. ACRS, look what it's doing right here. Okay, now these are big topping tails. Remember what that means. I know William made some money on this one. Stock popped up. Buyers had it up here. Sellers knocked it down, but the buyers look like they're regaining control. Yeah, look at Gevo. I mean, it's been choppy, but look at Gevo. All right, give me just a minute, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, checking out some of these early alerts here. Yeah, so this was pretty extended when you got the alert. Remember, it's a watch list. Yeah, so Bingo could not take out 10. BNGO could not take out 10. So far, anyway. Well, GEVO on the move here. Well, ACRS looks like the buyers are back in control. Remember, I was just talking about the two big topping tails here, but it looks like the buyers are getting back in control. All right, guys, so if you have the AI, there's one really good one, that short of TCCO at 453, if you could have shorted it. And it's getting into a big, big support area. So if you took that trade, just be aware of that area right here. And there goes ACRS. As I said, the buyers regain control. And the buyers really always had control of just a small drop at the beginning for GVO, but look at this. And it's not a low float, 118 million in the float. Big challenge now is to get through 10. Okay, guys, I'm just having a, okay, there we go. Here's one that's just popping in. Look at the volume that's coming into KTRA. KTRA, very choppy. And then the next high looking left is around $1.80, so I don't know. I don't think it's gonna probably struggle to get through that 180 level. Ah, I missed it, guys. If you're ACRS. This was from the moving higher with unusually strong options. Now it's going to be whippy. Wow. There it is right there, 1551. It was all set to get in and it just moved too quickly on me. This is the one, this was the first one. Of course, I was waiting for a 10 break. Ugh. Oh man, oh man. Well, as I say, you only need one good one a day, but that's a tremendous alert. 1551, 1667 right now. I don't know where it's going. Ah, this one, CRDF. This one was the one that got beaten up on Friday, I believe. Yes. And it is continuing down, CRDF. Well, I actually tried to get a fill just underneath 13. They wouldn't fill me. It's down 4%, but again, if you're unfamiliar with the uptick rule, if a stock was down 10% the day before, the uptick rule is still in effect. So the fact that you want to get it, go in at the buy. Typically, if you want to short something, you just go in at the buy. At the bid, and you'll get a fill, assuming your broker has shorts, of course. But if a stock is down 10%, you will not get a fill immediately. It has to go back to the ask, and then it goes back to the bid, and you may be in a big queue of others who want to do the same thing. So it can be a little frustrating sometimes to get a short on a stock that's down 10%. And it carries forward the next day also. So that might be a good thing. We'll see. Well, GEVO, just rippage here now. So there was the alert at 966. I've got to back this monthly chart up to see what sort of resistance there is. We got to go back to 2018 before we see those levels for GIVO. So again, guys, if you took that short for TCCO, if your broker allowed you to short this one, TCCO, now again, that was down way over 10%. I don't know how easy it was to get shorts. Now, you obviously have an opinion about Citron, but let's express it a little more delicately. Xerox on the way down. XRX is on the way down. Look at this move. My goodness. I mean, 22 down to 2150. I mean, look at this move for Xerox on the way down. They have earnings February 2nd. Checking to see what sort of... Somebody asked about HAL earlier, HAL. Yeah, I mean, it's been choppy. Look at that bottoming tail. I don't know if I completely believe that, but it is an earnings play, though. HAL is an earnings play, but it's, you know, look at what's doing. It might go negative. Meanwhile, GIVO is just unstoppable. You know what? What's Romeo doing? RMO. Yeah, it's still not... listen, it may not trigger. I mean, this is one that I was really interested in if it took out that 20... The highs right there of 1, 2, 3 days. It just is not wanting to, yet anyway. And it may never do it. In fact, this might be a bracketed one. Takes out 1821 down here. That might be a good short. So... Well, GIVO, okay, now GIVO looks like here it's getting into some resistance around 13. Well, that's still far enough away. GIVO, G-E-V-O. Yeah, Y10 is on my list. It will not trigger, though, unless it took out here, but doesn't mean you can't trade it, I guess. But Y10 is on my list. Had a huge huge move at the end of Friday. That's what's making trying to take out the high a little bit tough. Well, look at GIVO, guys. Boy, we've got some big moves here. Now I'm watching CRNT. That is from the moving higher with unusually strong options also. And we have a halt. Y10 just got halted. Y10 just got halted. YTEN. Wow. Just as we were talking about it, look at that move. Yeah, TEL is just, yeah, it did trigger here. Remember, it's a watch list, guys. Doesn't mean when you get a trigger, you just take the trade. It's a watch list. Watch to see how it's trading. You know, it's got to break out. TEL has to really break out. Probably 250. I mean, 250 is the tough one right now. You know, it's a psychological, I believe it's a psychological level for stocks under $5, that 50-cent mark. Oh, I did get a fill. Well, we'll see how this works. CRDF, I had a fill. I did get a little fill on it. It was a 1281. That's on a short. Remember I was saying it was hard to get, but I kept it in there and they filled me. 1281, just notice now. Just give me a moment here, guys. I'm looking at this CRNT really strongly here now. This is, of course, from the moving higher with unusually strong options, one of these scans I'm sharing, and I'll get into all that in a bit. Let me just quickly get this in here. Yeah, I know you've mentioned that, or people have mentioned this Kathy Wood. I'm not too familiar with her. I mean, I've seen her name. I'm not too familiar with her. I've seen her name, though, quite a few times now over the last couple of weeks. Okay, guys, I'm out of the CRDF. Okay, this was looking maybe for a 1250 move. I want to concentrate more on the CRNT and see if it gets back up to the 650 level later on. So just a quick one to kind of wet my whistle for the day. Make my levels here. Okay, I am, a moment here. Yes, IPOE definitely is the one that is breaking out. I'm going to kind of pick the wrong one, the IPOF, to really concentrate on, but I'm sure IPOF is going to have its day, but just not today, maybe not this week. Meanwhile, 3D printer, this 3D printer, right? Yeah, 3D printer, XONE. So how is how's DDD doing? And the answer is pretty good, but XONE is definitely doing better. XONE, how is SSYS doing? That are the big three. So the printing, 3D printing, strong right now, but XONE is certainly the strongest of the three. Somebody asked about GLW. Corning, an earnings play? Not an earnings play. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, it's an all-time high right here, I guess, last week. 38.75, so it takes that out. This has been strong. So guys, I got out of this CRDF because I'm wanting to concentrate on other, but this is still looking strong down. Look at CRDF. I was surprised to get it, actually. I had my order in for a while and they did fill me. Wow, why am I not still in it? Definitely keeping an eye on the CRNT in case it takes out this high right there, around 650. I'm going to back this out a little bit, see what sort of resistance there is. And the answer is 690, but that is there's no resistance. I mean, I'm going back to 2012, so I don't care about all this. So this is basically uncharted territory for CRNT. Slight lag in charting here, slight lag. CRDF. I don't know if anybody took that one, but that is really turning out to be a great short. All right, guys, CRNT. Just waiting to see if I can take out that high right there, which is 651. Just burst through. I'd like to see some volume coming in also. Meanwhile, ICLK continues here. I've been hearing Sava also. It's my text to voice here. Sava. So guys, I'm not going to tell anybody to take this trade, but you kind of I'm mapping it out, what I'm seeing here on the CRNT. Again, the purpose of the room, I don't tell you what to do, but what trades to take, but these are ideas. I'm hearing BLU. BLU is on the move. BLU. Not a low float. Canadian stock. Where are you out of? Laval. Okay. And another halt. Y10 just got resumed. That was a 10-minute halt for Y10. YTEN. And it exploded right over, of course, last week's high. Okay, guys, take a look at CRNT on that 2-minute chart. We have 1, 2, not quite 3, 4, 5, all at these levels here. Did not trigger. Okay, you kind of get an insight how I look at things. If it doesn't take out these highs, I'm not interested. And look what it did. I don't know if it's going to challenge it again, but Yeah, Arcadia, that's right. This is a, they used to trade in tandem, certainly in tandem with agricultural play. But Y10 is a China stock, isn't it? Is it not? Y10 is a China stock? I am wrong. For some reason I thought Y10 was a China stock. Okay. Thank you, Chris. Am I using that? No, I am not using Benzinga. I should still be in the CRDF. I was wanting to concentrate so much on the CRNT. Well, as you know, Turco, I don't make any predictions on these. I mean, like a lot of these. Well, I think Solo's kind of trading a little more on its own. I have to take a look at what FUV is. Well, FUV has been a little bit weak too. So as we speak, these two, which kind of trade a little bit in tandem, have they're just drifting down. I mean, if you're in this, you better hope that the 660 level holds. So I don't have any idea if it's going to go up in the next couple of days. No idea. But I'm really watching that CRNT to burst out of that 650 area. All right, here's another one on the move. SNG. Wow, look at SNG. The only problem is that there. Look at that 200-day moving average, just looming on top of it. 186. So, that's a stumbling block right there for SNGX. But the volume was coming in. I mean, I love this tell. I mean, look at the gap. We talked about this one on Friday, I believe. And look at the gap. I mean, there's the high right there is 6. Oh, it's way over here, 644. There is a tremendous potential gap fill for tell. I mean, look left on that weekly chart. The high is, I'm sorry, it's 235. So it's above that high right there. So this is just a matter, I think, if it can take out 250. Because then look left. I mean, look at all the room it's got for tell. All right, ALDX on the way down. Look at this. Big gap up. And now it's actually gone negative. ALDX has gone negative. This is actually shortable for me too, but I'd like to see a 13 break if I'm going to do anything on this one. Let's see if I had any news. So it had phase 3 clinical results. So they did That was on the 18th, though. That was that. So they released Sunday. Where are they out of? Well, they released on Sunday, so the initial reaction was very good. Another one that was popping in the pre-market, TRIT, on the way down now. All right, has MJ finally settled down? It looks like it's finally settled down. How's Tilray doing with that merger news? Boy, this has been whippy, but ACRS looks like it's trying to move up again. Very whippy, though. As is, I mean, yeah, great alert 1540 gets up to 1640, but I mean, very whippy also. Why? Look at the float, 2.3 million in the float. This is going to trade the float several times a day. So you got to be awfully careful when you're dealing with these really, really low float stocks. I don't think digital, the trade of the week, I don't think it is triggered. No, the trigger is 319, so it is not triggered. We have 18 million for IPOE. We have, anyway, for the float. This is still looking interesting, guys. The CRNT, you know, it just needs a big shove to get through 650. Get some volume to pop it through that 650 level. And I'm talking about CRNT. So I do see that SENS, it did pop into the abnormal option activity. The issue with it is $2, all right? Looks like there's a lot of resistance right around $2, so that's too close, unfortunately. Now, if it takes out $2, then it's got some, in fact, what I'm gonna do is just put an alert just around that $2 mark, see if it takes that out. Neophotonics. So it had a great week last week, tremendous week last week, and now it's over last week's high. Well, the market is starting to put in, let's see, the first hour or so. We've got 4 red candles so far. GME, I didn't even want to look at it, but let's take a look. The effect that Citron had. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, $8 drop. Okay, well, some volume did come into CRNT. It did come in. There, guys, well, is it going to hold 650? Just okay, guys. The CRNT just wanting to see if it can really pop off that 650. All right, what time is it? 10:27. Almost. Well, I think I'll start my spiel right now. Here's another SPAC that is on the way down, FSRV. Well, welcome. If you were, wow, okay, go. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday. Obviously not yesterday, but Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen, live on the mic. And right now we still have a promo code that is in effect until 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time tonight for 20% off. Give me a moment here. Whoops. Okay. All right, if you have okay, first of all, there is my homepage link, okay? So there's my homepage link and a lot of information there, including, there's the promo code MLK21 for 20% savings. So let's see what happens if you do that. You click on my homepage link. Get trade ideas. Obviously don't use that promo code. And let's just pick let's pick this plan right there. That's the annual premium MLK21, all in caps. And this is how much it would cost, $453 discount, okay? Now again, the promo will expire tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Why am I going Eastern Time? Because we get people on the West Coast saying, hey, it's only 10 o'clock here at night. How come it's not working? It's Eastern Time. Now, you don't have to take out an annual subscription. You can go month to month if that's what you want. So here's our standard and our premium. I'm going to go over the differences, but the standard and premium, $228 or $118. You can apply that 20% promo. It'll work. It'll be good for the first month only. All right. If you just keep on a month to month, then the second month, next month afterwards, it'll go back to these prices. So that promo is only good for the first month only. And of course, it's good for the entire year if you take out an annual. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. There are other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to have take out our premium service. They want to have access to the AI. Just a minute here. Why is it not going back? There we go. Now, a lot of other information on my homepage, from my homepage link. Okay. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week it is Digital Ally, DGLY, is not triggered, may not trigger. 319 is the suggested entry. It's below that right now. It never hit 319. I do a trading room recap right here. You can sign up for them right there. All the scans that I'm sharing right there. Click here, all the scans that I am sharing. Education link right here. Just want to pop this one in on its own. Okay, so the 20 short lessons. If you're brand new to trade ideas, I really suggest that you take a look at this, okay? The 20 short lessons. And even if you don't have trade ideas, you can see what the basic features that we have to offer are. You know, but what is a top list, building a top list, alert window, etc., okay? So all of the basic features of trade ideas covered here. So if you're brand new to trade ideas, I really suggest that you take a look at that link. Daily support sessions in our YouTube room from 12 to 1. Another trader takes over. I think today is Sean. So if you're an options enthusiast, you might want to head over there. I will put the link in. I do take a break right around noon. I'll put the our YouTube link in before I do take a break. So if you're an options trader, you might want to head over there because Sean from Trade Ideas definitely trades options. And daily webinars, Monday to Friday. I'm sorry, today is Tuesday. So I guess actually, so it will be Steve in the YouTube room. Forgot it's not Monday. Okay, so Steve, he is the originator of the trade of the week. So you can ask him questions about the trade of the week, not just today's, but in general. You can ask him today also, but. Here are all the daily webinars also, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They are all archived. More educational videos are here, and ebooks that we created are here. A minute. I'm just going to arrange, and I'm going to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus. Okay, so let's talk about the AI and what it does, what it is, what it means. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization program to optimize those 50 strategies. That's what happened Friday afternoon once the market closed. Out of the 50, these are the ones that made the cut. Look at ACRS, guys. Wow. It's been choppy, but man, oh man. So these are the ones that made the cut. Now I always say it like this, I don't really care which strategies made the cut. I don't care, from what segment of the AI they came from. All I care about is, and there's ACRS just got halted, is I want to see the alerts that come from these strategies all day long. For me to do that, I click on New and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And here's your window. You have an entry price, you have a stop, and it's up to you to manage the trades. And this window, again, nothing will happen until at least 9:35. Nothing happens in the pre-market, but you can incorporate this window as part of your layout. So you don't have to load it every morning. Just incorporate it as part of your layout. My homepage link, really? I will repost it. Let me make sure it's working. It should be working. Wow, you know what? Look at BlackBerry. Look at BlackBerry. That's impressive, guys. I mean, well, it's not quite at the high of Friday, but that is darn impressive. Okay, I'll very quickly, the difference between Holly Grail, Holly 2.0, Holly Neo. Personally, I don't really care what the differences are. I just care about what the alerts are. But if you're really interested, it's just sort of degrees of, shall we say, risk. I mean, Holly Grail was the original one. Holly 2.0 was the next one. Holly Neo. So maybe a little more volatile as you get from Holly Grail to Holly 2.0 to Holly Neo. Personally, I wish they would just get rid of the designations. Okay. So that, again, that is, I know I kind of gloss over what the AI is, but I mean, and people say, are there any videos on how to use it? No videos because, it can be used in many different ways. All I would do is I use it personally as a watch list. Meanwhile, what is happening with RESN? And I click, wow. 1320, what are you now? 1377. Okay, first of all, I just want to talk in general about what Trade Ideas is. We are first and foremost a scanner. All right? So this is a scan, for instance, that I created. Doesn't mean, you just take the trades. It's an idea generator, shall we say, okay? So this is what I've done with the basic new highs and lows. I created this scan. So if these filters are met, here are my price ranges. Here's my current volume. Has to be trading at least 4 times normal. Minimum number of shares. Up or down at least a certain percentage in the market. Okay, these are the filters that I've used. If a stock meets all these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. So this is the event that I have created. And of course, I'm sharing this one along with a lot of other scans. You, of course, can create your own scans. Here, lots and lots of alerts. These are all the alerts that you can use. I mean, the alert I'm using is a new high or low, but lots and lots of different alerts you can use. And here are all of the, keep scrolling down. Here are all the filters. Okay, lots and lots of filters. So the whole idea is then, you use the filters first, kind of whittle down the universe of stocks you're looking at, and then put some kind of a trigger, an alert on it. So there is no programming language for it to use. Hopefully we've created enough alerts and filters that you can kind of pick and choose which ones you want to create your scan. So no programming language that you have to know. No, we don't have option trades, MC, okay? So, I mean, we have, like Sean is he's an option trader at Trade Ideas, but he doesn't use, you can't use Trade Ideas to trade options other than this. So anybody who is interested in trading options, we just look at, so we're not involved with the Greeks or anything like that, but here is how you can use Trade Ideas to zero in on stocks that might be trading, that you might want to trade the options on. So we have the put call ratio. Option volume is the average number of option contracts over the last 10 days. This is the option volume today, put and call volume today. And then this is the metric that you can use, option volume today %. So for instance, if I put 200 in here, 200%, and let's just say a stock over the last 10 days has been trading on average about 2,000 contracts a day. For me to see that stock today, it will have to trade 4,000 contracts, 200% double. So you can use these filters, our option filters, to zero in on stocks that are having abnormal option activity. If that helps you trade the option, so be it. So that is what, in general, that is what Trade Ideas is. Now, look at ICLK, man, oh man, what a great, about 2 weeks almost. So we link with many brokerage platforms, okay? Now this is what linking does. So we have this external linking tool. You don't have to do it, all right? It's just a time saver. So what that means is when I click on ACRS as an example, it'll load into your brokerage platform if you can establish the link. It's just a time saver. That's all it is. It's not mandatory. It's not necessary. You don't need it to use Trade Ideas. It's just a time saver. The reason I emphasize this is because we get this question all the time. Can you use Trade Ideas with, XYZ broker? We're not you need a broker to trade, but we're a scanner. So, if for some reason we cannot create a link to your broker, well, you type the symbol in. It does link with Questrade. I used to have Questrade. It does link with Questrade, so you don't have to type it in. External linking, establish the link. You'll see right here, edit the link. And one of the ones that we do link with, it doesn't say Questrade, but DisNat is the same. Okay? So that is what linking is, okay? Hopefully everybody understands what I'm talking about when I talk about linking. It's not necessary. It's just a time saver. That's all it is. It's a time saver. Now, we also have a special arrangement with Interactive Brokers, and hopefully this week we'll be adding, and please don't, I'm really hoping that this week is the week that we'll be able to add TDA and E-Trade. And let me explain what I'm talking about. So if you watch this video, Brokerage Plus, the Brokerage Plus video, you can actually then use this window that we call Brokerage Plus. Now again, this is only available if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. But you can use this window here to trade your Interactive Brokers account. So you don't have to trade from within IB. You can use this window right here. So why would you want to do that? Well, if you watch that video, you'll see how you can start to set up things like, let's just take a look at, or I click on GRTS. I take a look at the chart and say, yes, I'd like to trade it. I can go back, hover over. Better connect first to my simulator. And you'll notice I can set up what we call one-click trading. You can set up different ideas to trade, and you just click on how you want to trade it, and it's done. So it's very, very quick. And it's what we call one-click trading. You watch the video, and you'll see exactly how to do that. So you can trade, your IB account now. We're hoping maybe this is the week that we finally able to add those of you with TDA, TD Ameritrade, and E-Trade to the mix. So that is one way to use Brokerage Plus. The other major way to use Brokerage Plus is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, please, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. All right, we have a great simulator. It uses our real-time data, has no bearing on what brokerage platform you're using. It uses our real-time data. You notice when I click on an alert, the symbol shows up. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. If I'm shorting the stock, I sell it. If I'm going long, I buy it. DisNat, frosted DisNat. Now you have to put it in, you probably have to put it in the order entry. Just follow the instructions, when the external linking tool. But the rule is DISNAT. All that's going to do is that when you click on a Canadian stock, Trade Ideas uses .cav and .cat as our appendages, whereas DISNAT uses .vn and I think .to. So it automatically will change it to the right appendage. Okay? So, but it's DISNAT and Questrade use the same appendages. So, let's take a look at how you can use the simulator. So let's just say I wanted to take this GRTS. Now I can take it right now. Give me a moment here. Give me one moment, please. So let's say I wanted to take this trade right here, GRTS, or if I wanted to take it if it took out the highs right there, or if I wanted to take it on a pullback. Let's do, I know a lot of you like to take trades maybe on pullback, so let's just say we'll want to take this trade if it pulled back to 898. Okay? So I can pick how many shares I want to trade. Let's take 300. I will put 898. I'm just showing you how you can do this, okay? It's not a recommendation, I'm just showing you how you can do it. Put it in both boxes here and click on buy. And you will see a line, a blue line shows up, so that if GRTS gets down to 898, it'll take the trade right here. I can leave that in here. I could also have done it the other way. Well, in fact, it looked like it just took the trade. You see that big candle right now? Now, I don't have to stay in the trade, of course, but I just wanted to show you how it to take that trade. So it took the trade. I could have done it the other way too. The other way meaning that if I thought I'd like to see it take out these highs, I could have put the price, above these candles. So I just wanted to show you how you can take a conditional trade. Now, we can also, of course, take a trade right off the bat instead of don't have to wait. Let's see if I can find an interesting one maybe. So I'm going to take this trade right here just to show you, okay? Because I want to talk about stops and all that. I want to take the trade right now. HTBX, would I take it right now? Probably not. It's a little extended, but I just want to show you. So let's take a couple hundred shares. The spread is not bad, so I'm going to buy it right at the market. So it took the trade. See, it took the trade. Now, we always talk about this, the importance of placing a stop. So what is a stop? Unfortunately, not every trade is going to work. You have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade when it starts working against you. So where is that going to be? Well, typically if you're, get used to reading charts, you'll be able to, take a look at a chart and say, okay, there's a support area. I'd like to get out here. I'm just going to put it down here, the low of this 15-minute candle. Okay. So I'm going to put the stop at 690. Now, this is all, before you get into a trade, you have to know where your stop is. Why? So you're going to see the stop will show up right on the chart. There it is. So if this goes down to 690, it'll take me out for a $41 loss. Okay. Now, knowing where your stop is and knowing, of course, where you get into a trade, that will help you size. In other words, how many shares do you take? My recommendation is that you get used to the idea of when you get into a trade, you have to plan on how much you're willing to risk on that trade in a dollar amount. And that'll be dependent on your account size. So, I always use this example. If you have $5,000 in your account, you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. Let's just say, for argument's sake, you can risk $100 a trade based on your account size. And 690. Let's pretend I got into this trade at 710. Okay, 20 cents away. There's my stop at 690. Let's say I got in at 710, just to make the math easy. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So that would be a 20-cent stop. If it moved down, if it moved 20 cents down below where I got in, I want to get out of the trade. So how many shares can I take if I want to say risk $100? Well, if I have a 20-cent stop, I want to risk $100. I just divide 20 cents into 100, and that gives me 500. So 500 shares I could take with a 20-cent stop. 500 times 20 cents is $100. Okay? So that's what I would do. I would get into the habit of thinking like that. You get into a trade, if it works against you, where you're going to get out, and that'll determine how many shares you will buy based on your account size, how many dollars you're willing to risk. All right, guys, look at GILT, G-I-L-T. This is a great break here, a great break. Look at this daily break. And the challenge is up here now. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is around 950. And listen, everybody, when we start out, we're all full of hope. Every trade we take, we've read about it. We've read information on it. We've heard good things about it. But you know what? Maybe sometimes you're just early. Commissions are so cheap. Some of you have zero commissions. If you have an IB at half a cent a share, it's just not that big a deal. Not wanting to get out because of the commission you're paying is no reason anymore to get out of a trade. You can always get back in. You are more than welcome, Harry. All right, you must be pretty excited, William. On the December the 10th. Wow, so what, 6 weeks? So what do you mean IB does not fill at once? I don't understand what you mean, American Investor or Investec. I don't quite understand what you mean. If you're talking about a stock that is moving quickly, you may not get a fill. Well, it depends how. If the stock is really moving quickly and you pick a price you want to sell your 5,000 shares, and I don't know what it doesn't really matter what stock you're talking about. Yeah, you may not get a fill. Nothing you can do about that. That's where you put the limit offset. How much outside of the price you want to get out at are you willing to go? And that's what the limit offset is. If you don't know what I'm talking about, watch the video. Video explains all of that. But if a stock is fast moving, you're trying to get out at a certain price. Nothing you can do about that. I don't understand that. I know how much offset you got. I don't understand that. Good grief, look at ACRS. Again, their news, and this is rheumatoid arthritis, I believe, ACRS. Well, that there's no, you have to, only you can determine. I mean, if a stock is really fast moving, I mean, how far outside are you willing to go? You know, there's no answer to that. Okay, I mean, if you're constantly not getting fills, and plus, are you talking about auto trading? Because that's the only. If you're talking about auto trading, I mean, you're obviously talking about auto trading then, because only you can determine. You know, you might want to try five if you're not getting fills. But again, if a stock is really fast moving, you know, you could put a 10 cent offset. You may not get it out, and that's got nothing to do with IB or any brokerage platform. So there's no such thing as, you know, is best. If you're in stocks that are really moving really quickly, and that's what you want to trade, and you're trying to trade 5,000 shares, yeah, I mean, you might have a difficult time, and it's got nothing to do with IB. So are you doing this in the simulator, or this is your real account? Now I should have mentioned this also. These are hotkeys, guys. So anytime I want to get out of a trade, even if I have a stop in, you know, I can get out earlier if I want. You know, so for instance, in this one, if I want to get out of this trade right now, I would just flatten it. Okay, so that got me out of the trade. If I wanted to get out a half, or I wanted to double my position. Okay, so these are hotkeys that you can use. Yeah, it's not triggered. DGLY, Digital Ally, is not triggered. May not trigger today. May not trigger this week at all. May not trigger ever. But that's why, you know, the suggested entry is 319. It never hit that price. Well, black usually means, yeah, that just probably means it's just where you've clicked. Okay, the last thing you've clicked on, that's all. Like I wouldn't pay too much attention to that. Well, if you click on another alert, I'm sure it'll go back to the standard. Okay, why don't you do me a favor and put your link in? You know how to give me your cloud link for it? I'll take a look at it. Yeah, reverse just means if you were short, now you want to go long, or reverse, you're long, now you want to go short. Okay, that just reverses your position. I don't talk about it too much because, you know, unless you know what you're doing, you have to really be aware of what the spread is. You know, I wouldn't, I really wouldn't pay that unless you really know what you're doing. About, you know, all of a sudden, like for instance, if I'm long here and I want to short it, I would reverse it. Limit is just getting you out at the market, you know, getting out of everything. Well, it's in the email, Monica. Okay, if you don't get the email, you can sign up for it, but the email lays it all out. Okay, and that is, so I don't know if you've signed up for the trade of the week. Oops. Just give me a moment. Okay, so Monica, if you take a look at my home page, click on my home page link. If you haven't signed up for it, then you get an email Monday morning before the market opens, and it's laid out there what the suggested entry is, okay? And the stop. And again, if you want to, you know, the YouTube feed, our YouTube room in about an hour, Steve will be there, and he's the originator, developer of the trades of the week. You can ask him questions. This is the trade of the week stock. Yes, Monica, yes. All right. Well, again, go to the home page and see if they, and okay, have you checked? You're using Gmail? You do. If you're using Gmail, check your promotions folder, check your spam, because they may be going there. Otherwise, you know, head to the home page. Head to the home page and say, listen, I've signed up for the trade of the week, not getting them. Okay. And say, and ask them to check your account. Otherwise, you know, I mean, I don't have, if they still can't help you, I really don't have any, I don't really know what else to do. Now if you want, I have a Twitter feed. I do post it Monday mornings, or come into the room Monday mornings before the market opens, and I talk about the trade of the week. No idea. Hopefully this week. I shouldn't say no idea. Hopefully this week, Tech, but you know, no guarantees, of course. Usually it's released about half an hour before the market opens. Sometimes an hour. Monday morning. No. DGLY is the trade of the week, MC. DGLY, Digital Ally. Meanwhile, ICLK, BlackBerry, boy, it's nice to see. Okay, BlackBerry, last week's high was 1156. It is challenging that high. Yeah, a lot of shorts available actually. I'm surprised, Interactive Brokers. And they're just resumed. UONE just resumed. Yeah, over 1.5 million shares available. Boy, iClick, just unstoppable. Lifetime high now. Is that a Switzerland? Hong Kong, sorry, Hong Kong, Hong Kong. Well, the news was all last week. I don't know what the news this week is. But I can't even remember what the news was last week. But or it was yeah. I had the big pop this day. Can't remember. I had to do a search on it. Well, there's AMC guys trying to get through three. I mentioned this one in the pre-market. I mean, if it gets through three, I mean, there is the next level up here around four on that daily chart. 200-day moving average is at 412, so it could start to maybe fill this in. No, I'm in nothing right now. Hard for me to trade, guys. You know, I mean, especially in the morning. Lots happening, a lot of questions to answer. The only trade I did take was that short of CRDF early. Well, the two stars. I mean, look at iClick. I mean, this is just, you want to print this one out as a trend. Little red bar ignored right there for iClick on the 15-minute chart. Okay, guys. The problem I have with gilt, I know it showed up in the unusual options. The problem I have is that it looks like there's pretty decent resistance not that far away. If you're asking me if I'm in it, no. So remember, guys, I was talking about the TCCO. This was the AI alert. And I was saying, if you're in it, just be so aware of that 4 level. Look where it got to. Basic, I mean, there was all that resistance. So, and that was the short. Yeah, it's a big float, 91 million in the float for this. Let's back this monthly chart out to see what sort of room it does have. Okay, so there's a high there. There's a high there that is above. So the next high in the monthly is around 442. So on the monthly, it does have some room. And the weekly, yeah, it's about the same, kind of the same. I mean, the next high is 362 on the weekly, so I guess it has some room. But again, you know, you're sort of in somewhat chase mode. The longer it holds over 3, kind of rest, and then if we get some volume in it, that might just propel it up. But again, 3, in fact, I'm wrong. Just check that weekly chart. So 329 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Now, I'm not saying that's going to stall it, but, you know, just got to be aware of that. A bottoming tail means, well, look at this one right there, okay? So look at TRXC on the 15-minute chart. At one point, the sellers had that knocked down all the way down here. And then the buyers took control and closed it up here. So you start to see, you know, several bottoming tails in a row, as an example, with the sellers trying to knock it down, but the buyers closing it higher. Eventually, at some point, the sellers may just give up and say, okay, you can have this for a while. You know, and then they let it go. Same thing, though, the reverse with topping tails. You get some topping tails. And what does that mean? That means that the buyers at one point had it up, sellers knocked it down. You get a bunch of topping tails in a row, you know, and eventually the buyers say, okay, guys, you can have it. Well, gilt is on the move, guys. Yeah, just this little area here that might stall it. I mean, it may not. You know, it doesn't 100% mean that just because you see a high looking left that that's where it's going to stall, but that is an area. Wow, I mean, this, you know, you guys asked me about trading. I mean, I should be all over tell. Should be all over it. You know, there was the alert. I was talking about it maybe getting out through a 250 level. And I mean, look at it now. I mean, look at the room this one has, TELL. I just don't feel like chasing it right now. But, okay, guys, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So, guys, I could be completely wrong about gilt. I mean, it may not stall at all. I mean, this is from the options plays. 915 was the trigger. This is the best one. The other ones have been, well, bingo was early, but, we had to wait for that 10 break. Didn't happen. ACRS at 1551, I guess that's pretty good. The CRNT, a little disappointing. Let's see if it comes back, though, the CRNT. SENS at 180, what did it get up to? Wow, 233. ADMA at 232, what did it get up to? It's still hanging in the area. Resin, RESN, that did not really pop that much. And then there's Gilt, GILT at 915, getting up to 944. So, not bad. Certainly not bad. Again, this is the moving higher with unusual options, one of the scans that I am sharing. So let me show you the graphic that I've been using for the trade of the week. Show you how it has actually performed. This may not trigger. We only have today for it to trigger, and this is what I mean. Let me just find the graphic and I'll pop it in so you can see it. Yeah, just give me a moment. Okay, so let me explain what you're seeing here. What we did is we said, okay, what would happen if you took every trade of the week, if it triggered, okay, on Monday or Tuesday? Okay, if it doesn't trigger Monday or Tuesday, then it's not included in these statistics. So if you took every trade of the week, if it triggered on Monday or Tuesday, and you put $10,000 into the trade of the week, and then you sold it Friday before the market closed, and then you did the same thing the following week, etc., this is what would have happened. We went back to when the pandemic started. Okay? And so that $10,000, I think this graph is good up to 2 weeks ago. I don't know if this has been updated. But the 10,000 would have turned into about, it looks like around 27, 28,000. All right? So, again, Digital Ally, DGLY, it may not trigger. It has to trigger today, and it has to get up to 319 at some point during the day for it to be included. If it doesn't, then it's not included in the statistics. So, pretty impressive, that trade of the week, following those rules. Discount code is, and this is only good until 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. And never, ever, ever be sorry or whatever for asking a question, okay? Don't worry, that's why I'm here. Yeah, I don't think there's an adjustment. You can ask Steve. I mean, he'll be in, another 40 minutes or so. But I don't think there's an adjustment. It's not on there, Phalanx Trader. You can download it yourself. If you click on my homepage link, like I share a lot of scans, okay? And that's one of the scans that I'm sharing. So the question was, where is that abnormal option activity? So if you click on my homepage link, and then here are the scans that I'm sharing. Click here, and there it is, moving higher with unusually strong options, okay? Oh, I don't know what the best is for linear regression. I don't know what the best is. I mean, I've got, my trading view charts are set at 30 and 15. I don't know. I honestly don't. It's very difficult for me right now to follow any of this. I'll be honest. It's hard. Maybe in the afternoon I can, but this is from last week, the CYH. Wow, this is still nice. It's taken out last week's high. And the next high looking left is 941, so it's taken out that high also. So the next high looking left is, wow, way up here at around $11 for CYH. Wow, look at Sava. Sava, what a so many great movers. So let's take a look at Sava. Last week's high was $12.99, so it's getting close to that high right there. Takes out that. I mean, I don't even know where there's really any resistance. I think what happened here, they changed symbol names or something. Became Sava. That's why it looks like an IPO, which of course it isn't. All right, so PEI just showed up. PEI just showed up in the options. Now, it has room. Now, it is very extended, very extended. I mean, listen, guys, if you want to find these moves a little earlier, you could take, I'm not going to, but you could take this, and reduce, for instance, this. The 500% normal. You maybe reduce it to 350 or 400. Just see what happens. Okay? The reason why we're not seeing some of these earlier is because you see right there, so it's 544% right now. My guess is down here. It wasn't that high. But it's up to you. There's no... I put 500 in here because I didn't want to get very many alerts during the day. I wanted it to be very, very, very abnormal option activity. But, you run the risk of seeing something like this. Truth or Dare. So Dare, I haven't seen this one for a while. This used to be a pretty active stock. Here's the high at 222 back in, let's see, that is early last year, January of last year. I might get interested in this CRNT if it gets up over this level again. Right around here, maybe that 630 level. See if it looks like it's trying to hold here. You see some volume and maybe it'll continue. Meanwhile, yeah, ECRS is just crazy, crazy, crazy. Look at the volume, 67, 80, 68 million right now. There's your float, 31 million. So my guess is by the end of the day, it probably will trade the float 4 or 5 times. I mean, it's already over double. So if you're under, just divide, there's the float, divide that into the volume. So we're 2.25 or so. But my guess is that this could trade it 4 times today by the time the day's over. We're only at 11:30. Oh, that SENS just came back. So there it is right there. This is the don't repeat version of this one, okay? This one you'll see every time a stock makes a new high. You're going to see it here. In this one, the don't repeat version, it shows you the first time of the alert, the time and the price. So the first alert was at $1.80 at 10:24. We're sitting at 2.35 now. No, these alerts are, well, some of them are. I mean, there are some here, that made it into the watch list. But no, this is from a scan called Moving Higher with Unusually Strong Options, which, again, you have access to. You just click on my home page, and then click on scans that I share. Click here, and you'll see it. Okay, right there. So I'm sharing a lot of different scans. That is one of them. And again, just as a recap, bingo, when we got the alert at bingo, I was interested in it, but remember, I said it, but it's going to have to take out 10. So just because you get an alert doesn't mean you just take the trade. Obviously, the ACRS, I don't know what to say about that. 1551, 1930 now. This one, I'm still interested in it. Not at 648, but more here. The SENS, 180, and it got up to 240. ADMA, I don't think it's moved. Yeah, ADMA, but it could move later. It's basing beautifully. The resin, RESN, I don't think that, no, that did not move. In fact, it moved down. The gilt, not bad. Well, actually, it's pretty good now. And then the PEI, I don't think it's taken out too. But it could happen later on. So, I mean, again, this is, use it as a watch list. Follow them all day. No, the don't repeat is just something you can do, though, okay? I'm going to show you how you can do it. So you take my scan, any scan, okay? You notice these are don't repeat here also. This is don't repeat right here. You take any scan and then duplicate it. Okay, there's something going on. Just give me a second here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so you just duplicate it, and then we have these options. You right click, go to properties, and don't repeat. Then you check this, and here are the options you have for the don't repeat. Don't repeat the symbol for a minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30, an hour, or for the day. So you have your choice. And you just click for the day. All right, and then you just give it another name. Summary, make sure you know well, it'd be pretty obvious, but that's what I do. I just put the don't repeat in front of it so I know. Okay, so that's how you can do it. I show you how you do it because you may want to take some of your scans and do the same type of thing. There's no problem having something that repeats over and over. I mean, it really really gets you to focus on it, but it's also nice. The way I like to see it is, okay, great. This is over and over again. When was the first alert? Well, if a stock is basing, like just sort of hanging in the same price area for a while, that's what I call a base consolidation, whatever you want to call it. Okay? So like a stock like this as an example, I'm not saying this is the classic example, but you've got this tremendous run. You don't want to chase it. I mean, if you chased it here, you chased it here, yeah, you would have got lucky. So what I'd be looking for is to see if it can just kind of base, just kind of trade around that area for a while, settle down, and then pop through again with some volume. That's what I call it. When I talk about basing beautifully. Otherwise, you're just, you want to see something. I mean, it's not basing now, is it? I mean, it's starting to move down, but I just wanted to use an example of one that might be basing what I call beautifully. Nothing worse than chasing a stock. Like here's a base on the daily chart as an example for LIVX. I mean, look at this. Now, it's trying to break out a little bit. Okay. Yeah, just semantics, you're right. Basing, consolidating beautifully, yes. How many do you want? No, there are no more holidays this week. The next market holiday, I think, is Washington's birthday or something like that, sometime in February. I think that's, or is that President's Day? I never know. I'm a Canadian, so I'm not sure what you guys call it. Is it Washington's birthday or President's Day or something like that? That's sometime in February. President's Day? Okay, thank you. These are just what you're seeing here. Somebody asked, are the two trades taken? Both is. This is just demonstrating how you can use the simulator. Okay, this is not anything that I've actually done. I'm just demonstrating how you use the simulator. And the other thing is, which I should have mentioned, is that if you take a trade in the simulator, and you do not exit it at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading also using this. this simulator, okay? You can also practice swing trading. Hopefully this week, okay? Hopefully this week, no guarantees, but hopefully this week for TDA and E-Trade. Hopefully, no guarantees. Well, what to say? I mean, look at this sends now 180, 240, and the gilt 915, 957. Now let's see if PEI can. Yeah, it really has to get through. I'm going to stick an alert up here around $1.98. See if it takes that out a little bit later. Good for you and your pulse, Fred. I know you talked about it a lot. It just is it's a funny mover, you know. No volume, but it moves. Orgs, okay, this is from Asia in our YouTube room. Yeah, ORGS. All right, it's 11:39, so I want to pop in the YouTube link. I'll be taking my break in a little over 10 minutes. So you can head over there when I take my break if you want. Steve Gomez will be there, and he is the originator of the trade of the week. This week's is not triggered. It may not trigger. Steve. Well, you should never be chasing a stock, Demetrius. Yes, but I mean, at some point, you know, I'm sure people thought that, you know, this was extended here, 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 here. But you know, I'm not saying to chase these, but I mean, depends what you mean by extended. If you're talking about something that's already up a huge percent, don't let that, well, in my opinion anyway, don't let that dissuade you. All right. I mean, this ACRX was probably up 100% at this point. It's now up 200%. You know, a stock that is moving really, really well, you know, can keep moving higher and higher and higher, even if it's already up 100%. I'm not saying to chase it. You know, you still have to look for entry areas, but so it depends what you mean by extended. You know, if you're talking about something like this, absolutely. I mean, that's way too extended. Yes. Okay. But I get a lot of people, not a lot, but I mean, people who email me saying, how can you get into a stock that's already up 40%? Easy. Okay. Even so, daily perspective. I mean, listen, if it doesn't suit you or meet your eye test, then yeah, don't do it. I mean, but we've been in this market since 2008 or 9, where You look at these daily charts and you think, well, how can it keep going higher and higher and higher and higher and higher? And they do. I'm not saying obviously there's going to be a point where something finally stops, but yeah, so this CIIC, I mean, this is a SPAC, right? So you really have to, I don't know who they're looking to merge with. I don't know if it's here. Yeah, one of the best, so you have to believe in whoever they're merging with. Okay, so I can't say is it a good buy or, to me, I mean, it's holding not badly in this area, but it is, it's going to be merging with a company. Looks like it's in the EV sector. But I can't say to you, I'm not going to say to you, yes, you should be buying this now. Or first of all, I don't do that. Look at grits, GRTS. Holy smokes. Yeah, so I mean, is that when that merger happens, is it going to mean that it's going to take off? I don't know. I mean, obviously right now the buzzword, the buzz is all about EVs. I don't know. I don't want to say that that's a reason to spike it. I mean, the only thing I can say is that if you don't know that it's changed, I mean, you might look at some of these. I'm not talking guilt, but they look like IPOs when they change their name. Okay, there's usually a reason for it. But I mean, I'm not going to say that. Yeah, if a company changes its stock symbol, that it's going to spike it. Yeah, I know. I know. Congratulations, Fred. I mean, it's just one of those things that it just doesn't trade very much. But hey, no disputing the fact that this had a great move. Pulse had a great move. No, I understand. I understand. That's why I said not guilt, but because sometimes you look at a chart, you can almost automatically know that a stock has had a symbol name change. If you look at a chart, say a monthly chart, and it's it looks like it just started trading a few months ago, and that trading price was about $1 or $2, because there are no IPOs out there that are ever going to do something at $1 or $2. So it's been a symbol name change. Well, I was severely wrong about the gilt, thinking that would stall it. There you go, like Fred is saying. Sava used to be, I remember now, Sava used to be PTIE. So, I mean, it looks like an IPO here, right? And so it changed the name here. It did nothing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I mean, almost a year. I mean, 9 months. It did absolutely nothing, even though when it changed its name. As an example. Meanwhile, the only trade I was able to take today was this short on Cardiff. Unfortunately, still not in it. Yeah, it was more of a quick one. I was sort of getting distracted. I didn't want to get too distracted while I was in that trade. But the trade at 1281 and down to 12 now. It took a while though, newbie. It took 9 months for it to start to trade or lift off that, the area that it changed its name. Okay, so I just want to make sure that it is Steve today. I'm pretty sure it's Steve. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, CRNT getting close again. Nicely off that bottom here. All right, then what I would do, Demetrius, is short them. If that's how you feel, I mean, just short them. I'd be a much more active shorting tops if I could pay more attention. Well, that was a big pullback, though. I have to look at that. That's a big pullback. For 280 down to 250. So it is starting to come back somewhat, but I mean that's a big percentage move, especially with it always surprises me a little bit, with that amount in the float, 200 million in the float. You would have thought it would be a little more stable. I mean, pullback, yeah, but that's a big percentage pullback. Anyway, I'm sure if you're in it, I mean, it still looks interesting for sure. I mean, you have to love this void for TELL, Tell. Here's one. I haven't seen this for a while. Vine, Vyne. However, Famous last words. Is this going to stall it? You know, the 190, the 2 level. If it can somehow get through that, again, this is one of those probably was a almost for sure a symbol name change. VYNE. Wow. I mean, what a move. I don't want to rub it in, but 500,000 shares at Interactive Brokers for Sens. William. What a move. Look at that move. 180 now, 270, almost $1 on a $1.80 stock for SCNS. Wow. So again, these, my watch list, GRTS 893. Wow. I mean, these are incredible moves. I mean, are they all like that? Of course not. But use it as a watch list. And I go through them all, and we know the bingo did not take out 10. The iClick, I think, worked out very well. CLXT, let's see what it's done since then. 830. Yeah, it's hanging in, guys. I mean, this is hanging in. Don't lose sight of CLXT. I don't think this one did very much. No. And Sorrento. Yeah, well, 1039, and it gets up to 1080 before it starts to fall. UAVS. Yeah, I mean, look at this one. Wow, I mean, this 1149 gets up to 1217. Of course, I think the GIBO, yeah, I mean, the GIBO, on and on and on. Of course, the ACRS, 1559, up to 20. TEL, 240, up to 280. Y10, 1540. What did it get up to? 16. Of course, that got halted, so it would have been a tough one. GRTS, 893. There are a lot of my watch. Look at this. I mean, AMC, let's see if it's taken out 3. Yeah, a little bit. Gilt, 920. APTX, 446. What did it do? Not much. Bulletin board. BlackBerry, not bad. And then the CYH. So some pretty amazing moves out of my watch list today. Almost too many, it's interesting that they've all triggered like that. Almost too many. Okay, so a SPAC, what I would do, I'll give you the Reader's Digest version, but, you should look it up. SPAC, it's an acronym, just look it up. Basically, it's a company that is formed. Has money in it, they're called blank checks. They've raised a bunch of money. So they kind of do what, I guess it looks kind of like an IPO, but what they're really looking for is to merge with an existing private company and take that, and when they do that merger, they basically are able to take that private company public. So, of course, a lot of the SPACs have been concentrating on the EV sector, electric vehicle sector. It's not the only sector, but that's in essence what a SPAC is all about. And there have just been a ton of them. So when this, and you'll see the SPAC usually comes out at $10. So then the next step is to, check, for news on that particular SPAC to see who they might be looking at trying to merge with. All right, guys. So Steve is going to be showing up pretty soon. So I want to get my announcement in first. Back around 12:30. I am here. I'm just waiting for him to show up in the YouTube feed, our YouTube room. And one other thing I want to do. Whoa! Here's my little favorite. I mean, it's taking a move. It's been erratic like anything. But here's the SPAC, guys. IPOF. Some volume coming in. IPOF. Yeah, look it up, okay? For a way more detailed explanation for what I gave you, okay? SPAC, just look it up. Just do a Google search and look it up. For a way more detailed explanation, okay? All right, so I see you are streaming. You probably can hear me, so probably can hear me, I should say. So I'm going to stop my streaming and have fun, Steve.
Hello. All right. Welcome, everybody. Hello, downtime. Looks like we're running. Looks like you see my screen. Welcome to my desktop for an hour or so. Well, we give Barry a break. And let's just catch up on what you guys were talking about over there. If you don't know, my name is Steve. I'm user number 3 here at Trade Ideas. And I've been around a while, seen a few things, seen a few changes from this product. But what I can tell you is I've been using this product for 17 years. And I've been on their payroll now for almost over 5.5. So I'm here to help if you have problems with the platform, you have trading questions, you want me to look at a stock chart, anything you guys want to talk about, we can do. Yeah, so he took the trade of the week. I did too. In another account. DGLY. The actual trigger, as you see, is that green line. And I do that because that's really the safest trigger point coming out of that consolidation. But myself and Asia decided to maybe jump the gun a little bit and anticipate a possible move. And so far, it's kind of hanging in there. Did a nasty little come out roll, as I call it sometimes, on the open. A lot of selling on the open, which drove the price down below our 10-period moving average, which is now beautifully fanned out. But look at this. We're getting some pushback right into the ballpark. Big push. Stick save by the goalie down there, kicking the price back into play. I mean, if the chart closed like this right here, I would be fine with that. It just might be it needed one more day like today to get going. But fortunately, we do have about 4.5 more hours to go. Four more hours to go. So we'll see what happens. But yes, nothing wrong with anticipating that move and jumping in the trade of the week a little earlier. I give the idea. The trigger, really can be up to you. But the trigger that I'm always going to give to the public is always going to be the safest one. Let's take a look at the general overall drop here. Backdrop, I mean to say. So there's our S&Ps that gapped up over a long weekend. That blue line is a 5-day moving average. I do give that a lot of credibility. So the gap held. More importantly, the 10-period simple moving average on a 15-minute chart, which I talk religiously about, also has been holding the last 4 candles. So we're just kind of in a little range here, being supported by the 10 candle moving average, but coming up, this is literally 130 candles on the blue line. And I have a feeling this is, might act as a little bit of resistance today. We'll see. But the idea is, if we get back and close above that blue line, then what I say is the buyers are back to having the upper hand. I just kind of call that the upper hand. Who has the upper hand, above or below that 130? 15-minute candles, 130 of them. Again, this is what I did, guys. I just go to indicators in my chart. And you can see I've got one. There's my 10-period simple moving average and my 130. If you divide 5 days up by 15-minute candles, you're going to get 130 of them. And I find that to be an interesting point of reference. Doesn't mean anything other than, in my mind, it's just kind of who's in control in the moment. All right, a couple questions here. Let's see. I don't have a whole lot of my portfolio. If you're asking me downtime, my current portfolio, I just kind of went through it there. I'm in the money big time in POW. You can see these blue lines are my entry points. All right, this is an ammunition company. Smith & Wesson just broke below that 150, 130 line. I don't like that, but we'll see how it works itself out. I'm also in the money on that one. And then all I've really got is a couple of gold stocks. I jumped in some Eldorado Gold here this morning. Some Fortuna silver mining, FSM, and I've been painfully sitting in CDE for a while. So I'm kind of bullish on, as you can see, in silver, gold, guns, and ammo right now. How's that for a mandate? Okay. Okay, so you took the trade of the week at 294, just going back to Digley. 294, yeah, nothing. That's a good price. It's looking a lot better if we can close like this. Oh, you can't participate in the trade of the week because it's below $5? I was not aware of that. I will keep that in mind next time, if there's probably certainly more people like yourself, Dom, that may be in the same situation for whatever type of account they have. All right, good to know. Jason Rodriguez. Yes, you can make a question in here, and I will do my best to catch it. Renee, I noticed the channel technicals in the web version, but not in the local. Does the local version need something to be done? It's possible, Renee, that you may not have one of the channels in the web version that you see in the download version, but I'm going to have a solution for you. There's a workaround for that. I mean, if you tell us the one that you like, and by that, I mean, I'm going to give you the email address, info. This will create a support ticket for you. And Renee, what you can do is you can tell the support people, would it be possible if somebody like myself, I can't do it here in the moment. Well, actually I could, but I don't want to, because when I go to another channel, it messes up all my other stuff. You said it's the technical channel. What they'll do is you tell us what channel to go to, and one of the traders will come in and click on that channel. And what we will do is we will copy it in the cloud. We'll take a whole layout cloud copy of what we see here on the application version, and then email that cloud link back to you. And theoretically, you should be able to open that cloud link on your web version. Because yes, you are correct. There might be options that are not available that you see on this version that might be on your web version. That is correct. I don't know what WW is, if that's a stock, but I missed the context of that one, Sweetie B. All right, Renee, I'm glad that resonates with you. I think that's an easy solution that we can do for you. If you feel like you're missing out on something, we'll get you a cloud link to what that is. And you can just open it like it's one of your layouts and see what's on there. All right, let's see if we're caught up on questions. It looks like we are. Got a good crowd. I mean, I can see every week it seems like the crowds slowly kind of build. It feels like that's what's going on out there too. More and more people are starting to take interest in their accounts. Okay. Hello, Jess. Let me make sure I got your name. Jason, I have located your email here. Let me just see. So it looks like you might have come from E-Trade, and you want to know if it's possible to see on the platform, actions from 0 to 0.0009, the pink sheets. Let me show you something. Matter of fact, look at this. Curiously, I actually have a pink sheet up. Now, the answer to your decimal question is I don't think we're going to be able to get into all those third and fourth level decimals, but you can monitor pink sheet stocks on our platform by right-clicking in any of the scans. You get a configure window. All right, and in that configure window, you have all these tabs. If you want to monitor and you want to scan for the pink sheets, go to symbol list. And take note that you're going to have to, oops, that's the wrong one. I want to do a different scan that shows you the correct version. Symbol list. Symbol list. My bad. Start over, Steve. We're talking exchanges. All right. So, Jason, we want to right click, go to configure, and in the exchange tab, you can see right here, I could enable pink sheets. You're going to want to have that enabled to at least bring in the symbols on the pink sheets. We can do that for you. However, I'm just not sure how the decimals are going to be expressed. If you were getting it to work for you correctly over at Strategy Scanner on E-Trade, then theoretically it should work for you over here. But I think the answer to your first question there would have been to right-click and go to Configure, and then find the Exchange tab. Let me pull up your email again because I do see it. There's another question, I think. Is there a way to create an alert window to know how many short shares are available? Okay, there's no way to know how many short shares are available, and I'll explain to you why. What we're limited to is how many shares are in the short float. That shows up on this window. I'll talk about that window in a second. We also know how many shares are in the float. But we don't know how many shares are borrowable because if you think about it, before you had the strategy scanner and E-Trade commingled together. And the question you're asking about is a broker question. It's a function that only the broker is going to know. Interactive brokers might not have the same shorts available to lend out to their users that E-Trade or TD Ameritrade might. So it's specific to the brokers. We don't know any of that. So that part is going to be for your broker to ask. Let me see if there's anything else in the question here. Yes, so again, I'm going to show you this window right here. This is called our single stock window, and this is a data point window. All right, you launch this window from the new tab, the new menu, and just launch single stock window right there. Okay, it's going to give you a window like this, and you can right click and go to configure, and it takes you right where you want to be. Anything that you want to ask it, let's type in the keyword short. Okay, so these are 3 data points that you could put on that single stock window in your email. I notice you say, hey, it would be nice to have that info, splash up on top of the screen. Well, anytime you type a symbol in trade ideas, this single stock window will give you all the data points you want to see. For instance, we could add short growth by just highlighting that and then saying show column, and then click OK and show those columns. And that's how you can build a single stock window to show you anything that we have available to you, we can show you on there. But again, specifically how many shares are available or do you have shares available, we don't know because your broker is going to be the one to ask on that one. All right, I'm going to hide your email. I don't want people sending you email over there. Jason. those were the questions that I saw in your email. If I missed any or you want to ask any more, just continue to use the chat window here. All right, CDNA, thoughts. I'm long and strong for Asia. CDNA, good looking daily chart. My only thing is, you said you're long and strong, which is good. It seems to me like it almost even might be entering the complacent stage, meaning, hey, I'm long and strong, it's all good, day after day, nothing to worry about. But the problem is a lot of these results can get wiped out in one single day. And what I'm seeing here is a big space, a big distance between the current price and the rising 10-period moving average. I'm going to tell you that there will be a time, I don't know when, but there will be a correction because trends have corrections. We had a 2-day correction back here. We had kind of a multi-day correction back here. But both times they kind of brought themselves back to this 20-day moving average. In fact, they did it 3 times. 1, 2, 3 times. And this time they used 10. So you're just kind of asking for a pullback to one of these 2 levels soon. I don't know if it's going to be today or tomorrow, but we're getting close. So what I like to do is start taking profits, maybe a quarter, a third. Take something off the table up here while you can if you're thinking about it. If you're not, then just disregard it. You can move over here to the intraday here on my 15-minute, and you can see, look at this consolidation. It needs to push higher right off my moving average there. If it doesn't do it, it's going to start to bleed, and that might be the cue to maybe take some off the table. That's how I would be playing that one. All right, hello, new guy. Was this section recorded? If so, where I can see it? It'll probably be up at the end of the day or maybe even tomorrow. But is there something you'd like me to go over one more time, Justin? Because I can't guarantee that you're going to be able to find the recorded spot right where you want it. It's like a 6.5 hour long video that doesn't get posted until this evening. But I'll look for your question if you want me to elaborate on something. I was hoping if you could, Big Duke, I was hoping if you could demonstrate a way to create a top list that would show potential falling wedge pattern, an extra cookie, if I can convert it to an alert. Okay. Yeah, there might be, and I might already even have something done, a couple things. So let's go to my cloud, if I don't necessarily have it already. Yeah, I'm going to go to my cloud. And the first question was wedge. But I've got something, it's called the bull flag. That's really the closest thing we're going to have to it. And this bull flag here is a top list, kind of like you suggested. But not everything's going to be perfect. Let's take a look at how we configured it. A lot of stuff going on here, a lot of filters. So it's up today, change from the close, positive today. That keeps out the ETFs. 5-day range. Okay, our 5-day range is tight. It's no more than 1% minimum to 5% maximum. So that's giving us kind of that wedge. Change in 5 days cannot be greater than 1%. A couple other filters here, but that's how we did it. And let's see what we come up with. Okay, there, that's interesting, right? That's kind of interesting. So this one will be a lot of wedges, and as you are correct, Big Duke, you have to come through here and you have to figure out which ones do I want to participate in, and if I do, where do I want to participate? Do I just put a high back here as a trigger and say buy that high? Well, that's one way to do it, but you're chasing the crowd, you're chasing breakouts, and sometimes this market has a horrible way of punishing those that chased an entry. What I would suggest to you, and the first thing I'm going to do is give you a copy of this so you can have this as a starting point. All right, we'll call this daily flags. Usually going to focus on the 5-day ranges, compressing. Okay, so there you go. That's for Big Duke and whoever else wants it. Yes, and Chris. Chris got it too. But let me suggest something. I actually created a list called the Jam Down Buy, and I thought to myself, well, it is cool to see these wedges and patterns, but what if, and you guys that have shown up a few times, you know me, you know that I like to buy when these things come back and tag the 10-day moving average. And that tag usually occurs in the first hour of the day. And wouldn't you know it, last Friday, Wing came down and tagged, there it is right there, tagged the 10-day moving average. Let's get rid of all that. You see that? That low, that little wick on Friday. What if you had an alert that told you that entry? Well, I do. Well, I call it the jam down buy. And the jam down buy doesn't look to buy breakouts, because I said earlier, breakouts can be fake outs, and you've got a lot of cushion underneath you when you chase a breakout. There it is, jam down buy to the 10 SMA. So look at that, Powie. Let's go ahead and look today. So ideally, these should all be stocks that are kind of flagging, but gave me an opportunity to buy. Look at that. There is an arrow on the intraday. So what this is doing is this is giving me an early warning system. That's a good one right there. This morning, right on the open, it said go ahead and jump in at 660 on SMFG, and all of a sudden, that's an interesting looking daily chart. So what I'm going to propose to you there, Chris and Big Duke, is this is essentially looking for a new low on the day. But that new low, let me show you how I've configured it. The new low can only be shown to me when it touches that area right here. Change from the 10 SMA, no more than 0.1% below and no more than 0.05% above. So I've got a little 0.15% window, which is resting right on the rising 10-day moving average, with stocks that we see on that other top list that are flagging. But rather than picking and choosing and setting alerts and chasing, this one is designed to really just show us the moment in time when it's making a new low, but it's interestingly enough right where we would expect support to jump in on these 10 period moving average window filters. So what that gives us is something like this. Today we've only had, it looks like, 4 or 5 stocks. Look at this one. It gave us an entry right here on this pullback this morning because it touched the 10-day moving average right there. Went a little bit lower, but nonetheless, there you go. So when I read your first question, I kind of figured this is probably the best way to at least give you a running head start on what you're asking, but at the same time also show you another way to think about entries. A contrarian entry, a new low, where you sometimes might be surprised. You jump in with a half size, 1/3, just kind of get it on the radar, and immediately buyers show up. And then you buy another third. And before you know it, that might be the low of the day, and you got yourself a pretty good entry. All right, so let's drop this one in there. Jam down to the 10 SMA. There is that one. All right, real quickly, for those that don't know what to do with that link, just click on it. The link will take you to a page that looks something like this. Just go up into the address bar there and get all that. That's the code in the address bar. That's the actual code to the scan. You right-click it, you copy it, and then you're done with that page. Then you come here to File, Load from the cloud, and then you can load that scan that I just dropped, and there it is. Jam down to the 10. Ta-da. All right, do I have a key? Yes, I can give you guys a copy. I'm going to close these because we've got cloud copies floating around now. Let's see. John, you got it. John Archie, you got it. Can you please share the link for the new high and low? Yeah, I'll talk about that one in a second. So I'll talk about that now because you're next in line, Sima. The S&P 500 high and low, I will give you the shell because, look, all it is, it's nothing but, I'm going to show you how to build it. For those that want to build it, go for it. It's a good way to learn. And then I'm going to just go drop the cloud code in as well. So it's just an alert window, 2 events, a new high and a new low. But over here on the symbol list, I went over to this button right here, Add Existing List, S&P 500, and then boom, checkbox it right there. So all I've done is I've got a new high, new low ticker, and we've pointed the program to use our predefined S&P 500 list by going here first, finding it, then enabling it there. So this should translate for you. And there you go for those that wanted that one. Okay. And then Big Duke, good to know. All right, Renee, do you have a copy of the A-Table Junior? Yes, so the past webinars, including the trade of the week. I believe the trade of the week is on there. Where are you, trade? Oh, you might not be on there now. Let's see. Nope, it's because it's got a score of 78. It dropped below Friday's close and lost its score. My filter score needs to be at least a score of 80. So in real time, this lost a couple of percentage points because it dropped below moving average, and it's negative on the day, what have you. It's no longer on there, but the point was the A-Table Junior did have DGLY going into the weekend, and a lot of the trade of the weeks are derived from that scan. So I can share that scan with whoever wants that as well. All right. Trade of the week a few weeks ago, UAVS. Oh my God, look at that thing just go. I participated in this thing back there, and I thought I was a hero. Now I don't feel like so much. All right, I do believe we cleaned out the initial rush of questions. Here to help. Anything else that we need to talk about? Let's see what the market's doing. Again, it's just continuing to hold up. It's been a real rough couple of weeks for gold and silver. You just can't catch a bid yet. Yet. It's the operative word. All right, UAVS. Yes, Chris, UAVS was a good call, but it's just so easy to mismanage some of these things that, well, case in point, just I got out of one this morning because I didn't like what it was doing. I broke my own rule. Usually I like to wait till the end of the day before I get out, but I got some bug in my bonnet, and I just decided I don't want to be in this one anymore. The minute I got out, there's my sell tag. Look at that. There's my sell tag. I thought, oh, I'll just get out of this thing for a flat. It's not doing anything. I start overthinking. And then the trading gods just laugh at me and they mock me. Happens to all of us. Any word on TD Ameritrade gain? TD Ameritrade is coming along. It's going to be the first, if not in parallel with E-Trade. I think these they're in developmental versions now, and once something is in a developmental version and we're kicking with it and playing with it, it's not far to go before it's released, and I would probably say a matter of weeks. Could be tiny amount, could be a few amount of weeks. I don't know, but I've been told not to ever give dates because they never work out. All right, Monica, where to find the jam down buy to the 10 moving average? I thought that link would be in the chat. You don't see it in the chat? It should be. If I forgot to, I'm pretty sure I did it. Let me just see here. Yeah, there it is. I'm going to copy that link and jam down to the 10 SMA. Let's try that again. No, that's not working. All right, hold on. Let me open it up again, and then I will see if it's working. Copy. Load. Jam down to the 10. So I will do the same thing. I will save and share and copy. This should work. There it is. All right, Monica, hopefully that works there. I just dropped that for you. Hi, Darlene. I'm Steve. Barry will be back at the top of the hour in about 30 minutes, but maybe I can help you. About auto trading. Will the system automatically buy on the ask and sell on the bid? No, it will not. The automatic buys are going to be limit buys, and we call them limit with an offset. So let's say something triggered. Let's just look at vet for an example here. And let's say 535. You can see that is the entry point that the AI triggered. Likely the people that got filled on this might be 36, 37, and 38. If you have what we call a buy limit delta or an offset, it's called an offset in the, let me see if I can I'll find you an actual strategy here. Here we go, edit trading strategy. So if you were to take your, let me use the AI instead. Let's do the correct move here. Edit long trading instructions for the AI. This is what the AI would look like. I recommend moderate mode, which again means the AI will get you into the trade, but on the exit, yes, to your question, on the exit, you have control of your price manually. Using the AI to auto in and auto out, I think a lot of people leave money on the table by not managing the trades themselves. So the answer is yes and no. On the entry, no, you cannot buy on the bid. Well, let me rephrase that. You could, but you're likely not going to get a fill. What we recommend to make sure that you do get a fill is use this limit order type right there, limit, and limit offset in dollars. And you see that I've got negative 11 cents. Negative 11 means I'm willing to bet 11 cents above the current offer. If the current offer is $10.60, I will pay up to $10.71, but no more. Because as orders are rushing in, you're going to have to pay on the offer to get in. But the good news is you can offset it and make sure you don't exceed 5 cents, 6 cents, 7, whatever you want to put in there. On the exit, remember I said if you use moderate mode for the exit, the AI is going to be waiting, or the position, the trade is going to be waiting for you to exit on your own. And in doing so, you can use the buy and the sell buttons. You can use limits. You could, for instance, I have an offer to sell, in another account that I didn't sell this, Eric. There's an order sitting up there at $2.99, just in case this thing wants to get crazy at the end of the day and shoot up to $2.99. There's an order sitting out there, and you could do the same thing with the brokerage plus module. So that's the answer to your question. Auto trading is the entries are typically going to be on the offer, but once you're in the trade, you can manage the trade however you want, throw out limits, offers, whatever you want to do. What is the difference between the A table and the A table junior? There's no difference whatsoever except for, we'll go to junior here. I don't even know why I have them both up there, but junior has a filter that caps it at 25. And this is the one in which I'm trying to draw the trade of the weeks from, because we have had good feedback from people that say, hey, we really enjoy stocks, that are under 25. When we see a trade of the week at $200, it doesn't feel as fun to participate. So we use, I see somebody talking about Kodak. Yeah, I passed on that one earlier. It's in my wheelhouse. You can see it, but I'm not in it, unfortunately. So the A-Table Junior only focuses on stocks under $25, but it's the exact same filter process and scan process as the A-Table. But the A-Table does not have, I think maybe, doesn't have a price filter. Nope, it could go up to Amazon if it wanted to. And there goes Kodak. Look at that. All right, let's see. Big Duke, it worked for you. Keep an eye on VSTO. I've seen people have been talking about that today. Hey, that's not a bad looking chart. Not a bad looking chart at all. You're right. What I would probably do is just say, wow, it's a really nice little attempt to sell here. Personally, on this one, I would just put an alert right there and say, actually, no, well, we'll put it in there, and then we'll just say, let's give us a little head start here. Maybe if it breaks that 130 line and heads back to the highs of today, I might be interested, because by the end of today, this could have really put a nice long wick in. Vista Outdoor and short float's not that great. No, that's a good looking chart. It's a very good looking chart. That's the kind of thing I would anticipate another move in, without a doubt. I like it. Have you Okay, Kumar, hi. Just started with trade ideas today. What's the best place I can go over some tutorials? Yes, I got a great one for you. I'm going to give you a link that I've got some links here on my notepad. And this one's called 20 Short Lessons to Get Started. Other than that, it's just a really good place to get started. So I'm going to type that in there, 20 short lessons to get started. And this gives you like a really good foundational understanding of how the program is used and how we configure it and talk to it. So hopefully, Kumar, that will help you there, and anybody else that wants to. May go well with POW. Oh, okay. VSTO might go well with POW, huh? What do they do again? Oh, yes, right. Vista Outdoors. I see what you're saying. They say they're going to sell guns and ammo. I like your thinking. That's nothing wrong with that chart. If I had a bunch of dry powder right now and I felt like the market was going to be just gangbusters this week, I think it's going to be a crazy week. Quite honestly, guys, I don't know what to expect. So I'm in a full-on defensive mode just until things iron out. Did I already look at ARRY? No, I did not. That's another good looking chart because I love the pullback. You weren't the one that bought the breakout above 51. You might be the one looking to buy this nice little trend line here. It was higher lows as it moves higher. It's not a bad swing trading mentality to look at that for an entry right there. Okay, Darlene, the AI will get you out if you are in auto mode, and that's going to be called, hold on a second, it's going to be called conservative mode. So, of course you'll get out, but if you want to trade in conservative mode, right there, the AI will get you in and get you out. So if a profit target was hit, you'll get out. But remember, you're going to be getting out on the bid. That's just the way it is. And the only way to get out on the bid or the offer, on the opposite, and make the spread, which is what you're asking, is to manually trade and manually send those orders. Hopefully that clarifies that. All right. Big Duke, you had a AI setting page. Turned my head and didn't see how to get to it. It's on the Brokerage Plus module, which everybody can get to. Tools, new Brokerage Plus right there. And then on the AI tab, so you can have your own strategies, how you want to buy and sell things. But then we've also got the AI tab, and all of these AIs are off at the moment. So this would be the tab you'd start with. And then you right click in the meat of it there, edit long strategies. Okay, and then that's where you determine, do you want to be in moderate mode or conservative mode? Do you want to have an aggressive limit entry offset, or do you want to have it more conservative? Hopefully that helps. We used to do a lot more private lessons, but we're just too big now to really to try and honor those. It's tough. That's why we do these daily support webinars where we can really dig in and take a few people at the same time and work on what you need. And the best part is they're free, and you can come back every day and get another set of questions answered if you'd like. Just remember, new guy, you're not going to learn this overnight. It might take you, 5, 7, 8 trading days to really start to feel how you've got it set up the way you want to have it set up. And we're here to help you every step of the way in this room. Barry's good, but we've got other guys that can come in on noon Eastern like I'm doing now and give you a different flavor. What is my thoughts on HYLN? Rounded bottom is what I'm seeing there. Really nice definition of a rounded bottom. I don't know what this company is. If you're very familiar with it and you want to be an investor in it, that's a safe looking kind of a setup there. can't say much bad about that. It looks like it's trying to break the downtrend and move its way higher. I would keep an eye on, this looks like a new issue also, because the 50-day moving average just started there, and the 20 just started there, and the 10 just started there. Want to see this thing get back and post a close. Once it can post a close above that 50-day moving average, that tells me that the tide has turned and the buyers are starting to get back in control, and the stock is getting healthy again. For sure. Take a quick look at gold. It's holding up nicely today. Silver also holding up. Look at that. You can see how that 130 line comes into play here. It opened right up at it, collapsed, came back up. Now it's just fighting to try and get through there. That thing does show up sometimes. All right, I think we're caught up. Kodak going to keep following through now. Again, I sold this morning in my personal account, but I kept it in another account I'm trading. There's an order in there to sell it. All right, I think we're caught up. If anybody wants to look at some other charts or other questions, we can do that. Barry will be back in about 10, 15 minutes. I was in SVM, and I made some changes last week. I had a 3-day weekend, and I was golfing on Friday, so it literally was a 4-day weekend. And I just wanted to lighten up on a few things and jump back in today and see how they looked. I was in SVM. I no longer am. And I moved the capital from SVM. Who was that? Downtime. I moved the capital that I had in Friday in SVM. I moved it to FSM this morning. You can see my buy tag there this morning. All right. So I took a break over the weekend to see if anything happened, and decided to take, let's look at this one for a second. This FSM is literally above its 50-day and kind of holding up, whereas that SVM couldn't even stay above its 200-day. So this thing was technically, you can make a great case on the bigger picture that this particular silver mining stock is just going through an extended, wedge. But when I look at it in the same perspective of FSM, this thing's a bit more healthy. It's literally pulled back to its prior range back here. It's still above its moving average, the 50, and it's way above its 200. So I feel like I upgraded my position in SVM because last week I didn't want to chase FSM, but now that it's on sale again, I'm going to pick it up here. So that's what I did. No longer in SVM. Very astute of you to notice that. LPCN, what does that look like? Looking good today. Really good relative volume. Nice daily chart. I'm going to say, this thing, if it can close on highs, it might have some follow through into tomorrow. Ideally, hopefully you were positioned accordingly before today, because you can see it just kept riding that moving average nicely, like we want all the other things to do that we look at. All right, another one for OXBR. It's had its fits and starts, hasn't it, over the years? So that's a personality trait that kind of keeps me on my toes, that we don't want it to do that again. But look, it did it here and reversed back, but this time maybe it's different, right? Because it's really building on that, where it probably didn't do that as much the last few times it did that. Keep an eye on the nice fanning out here of the 10, the 20, and the 50. That's a very good sign. At any time, it can come back and test this 10, but I would want to keep this price action moving above the 10-day moving average. It can come back at any time and try and kiss that and shake you out, but we want to keep the price action continuing to close above the rising 10-day moving average to keep this little trend that's developing intact, whatever it's trying to do. All right, now the Qs are on highs. They've broken through their 130 level. The S&Ps are still below their 130. Again, that blue line is just 130 15-minute candles. The average of those 130. It's a 5-day, 15-minute candle calculation. And a lot of things come into play. Let's take a look at the sectors. Why not? Oh, we got some more questions coming, so we'll look at them. All right. What's the best way to back test a shorting strategy and know if the stocks that show up on the strategy can actually be shorted? Well, the best way to back test the strategy, I can give you a link for like getting real world examples and getting the best out of back testing, but the second part, I'll address that in a second. Let me find that first one. Yes, back testing expectations. So I'm going to first drop that video. We're going to call it back testing expectations. It's a good educational video on how to use the back tester and get something that you can use, not something that's just a gimmick. Okay, but the second part of your question is what and the strategy, and know if the stocks that show up on a strategy can actually be shorted. Well, it kind of talks to what I was saying at the early part of the session and somebody else's question, or maybe it was yours. I'm not recalling, but we don't know if you can short a stock or not because everybody has a different broker, and we don't have access to the brokers, and we don't know what all brokers out there have in terms of their inventory, as they call it, to lend to you to short. So that's where our signal is cut. We don't know. All we can do is give you the concept of what might be a great symbol in real time to go short, what your profit targets, what your expectations could be, what your stops could do, what type of performance you could get, win-loss ratio, average winner, average loser. You can get all that, and that'll be discussed in that video. But what you can't be told is, hey, TD Ameritrade Thinkorswim has a green light. You can borrow these shares. We don't know that, and there's no way for us to know that. I'm sorry. All right, thoughts on, okay, let's see a couple of them. Oh yeah, WWR. I got a few charts coming in now. I'm familiar with this one. Oh, look at that. It came to life today. I've been in and out of this one for a while. It can do anything at any time, but it looks like it is definitely coming to life today. So want to see it keep above that moving average. Like to see it close at or near highs. And if it can, you're going to get some follow through, I would think, into tomorrow. Great volume as well. No reason to think if this closes one big green candle and closes at highs, no reason to think you can't get that second partial day of follow through. Chris, can you take a look at CLSK? That's a beauty in terms of, am I thinking about taking an entry? I've been tracking and watching this clean spark. I don't know anything about it, but it had a nice little push on the open. We're at a doji candle right now, resting right on the 20-day moving average. Okay, so I'm a swing trader. If I was thinking about swinging this and it's on my short list, I'm essentially going to watch and see how it closes. If it can close right here a little bit higher above that 20-day moving average, that's almost like good enough for me to have washed out the weak hands. And again, I've told people a lot, I like to take entry positions on swing trades at the close because sometimes that risk gets rewarded the next day. If you wait and see how it opens the next day, it might gap up, and then you're either paying a higher price or you're talking yourself out of it saying, I'm not going to chase that now. So a lot of times I've had great success just taking my entry at 5 minutes to go at the end of the day. If this is something you're thinking about and it closes right here or stronger, that would be a decent entry in my book. Vuzi, V-U-Z-I, being asked about. This could be an anticipator. All right, this is interesting. It's a tremendously long range, and it's really been taking its time. I'd say don't lose sight of it. What I would probably do is I would put a, well, look again here. We've got this 130 average. It's been kind of holding. Look at that. It bounced off that a little bit, not perfectly. I would say, same thing could apply here. If at the end of the day it's back and closed above this moving average up here and close to highs, if this thing closes back near highs, it could be one to anticipate, maybe a half size position. But you're really banking that this rising 20-day moving average is going to act as the backstop where the 10-day moving average didn't back here. Like, look at this. That looked really interesting right there. But then it just got, another nasty false move, So this thing's given a few head fakes along the way. So I don't trust it as much as I would on a clean first attempt, but I wouldn't lose sight of that chart. It looks decent. Thoughts on LLKNCY? Is that a full name? Oh, LKNCY. LKNCY. There we go. Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. I mean, it's still kind of working off what it did a couple days ago. It might, it might pick up this 130 period like it did last Friday before it broke at the close, but I can't really say much bad about that one either. Well, yeah, Big Duke, that's why we mix it up a little bit. I did what Barry did along with Andy. We did this back in 2009, 2010. Today Trader was one of the first desktop sharing services to our live account. We did it, but it's taxing, man. It's hard. I'm done after 1 hour. I try to give you guys as much as I can in 1 hour. But tomorrow you'll have Michael and Jamie on Thursday and Andy on Friday. Every noon hour is a good opportunity to come in and catch a different voice. But I get it. You're focused on swing trading. Well, so is Andy. And Michael to an extent too. So we can all help you kind of fine tune some swing trading advice. We also will consider, we're not going to open another room, that's for sure. But we're trying to get as much swing trading content as possible out there. All right, a couple more here before Barry comes back. Can I look at Jemiah, Aunt Jemiah? Just got to call it that name. Looks like it is consolidating very nicely here. It might even be a day early, but I like what it's doing. It's just consolidating, waiting for these moving averages to come up and make an issue out of it. Can't say anything wrong about this one. What I would probably wait for is maybe it reaches down tomorrow and touches one of these moving averages on the open. A lot of times these algorithms like to have their target hit, which means they traded and touched that moving average, so their algorithm can then shift if then reverse, go the other way, whatever they do. All right, EPR. Another good day on Thursday of last week. Look at that. Look at this. I'm going to go in the time machine there. Look at how nice that looked on Wednesday of last week. 3 beautiful sideways candles, all green, just waiting for these moving averages to push up. Then Thursday comes along and somebody sees something. And if at the end of the day, let me try and rephrase that. If at the end of the day you saw that thing trying to squeak away and it was closing below that prior high, maybe you take a chance at the close. And if you did, you were probably pretty happy because on the open the next day, you got a pretty good move. But this was a perfect doji after a big move. The day's not over yet, but there still could be some meat on the bone. There's a pattern out there called a go, pause, go. You have a big push higher. The pause is the following day, which is a doji. And then nobody wins. It's kind of a stalemate. And then the buyers come back for more and it pushes higher. So this could develop into a go, pause, go. I'm not predicting it. I'm just saying it's possible. So yeah, Big Duke, just set your calendar. Tuesdays, you get a double on Tuesday. You get the noon hour East Coast, this thing. And then today, I'm going to just go over some more swing setups at my 5 o'clock webinar, which is the Trade of the Week webinar. So if you don't have the Trade of the Week webinar, let's see. Email us at info@trade-ideas.com and we'll send you a link to get to the Trade of the Week, to get on that list anyway, so you get the email invite every day. All right, yeah, we're running into the closing sessions here when Barry's going to come in at any moment. But it looks like we got to all of them. Nasdaq's strong today. That's dragging the S&P. Oh, look at that. The S&P's trying, but look at where it got hung up. How about that? It's amazing how that works, that 150. And again, if you're late coming and you see me talk about this blue line a lot, you just open a 15-minute chart, go to indicators, and add a new one, and you make it a 130 period. On a 15-minute chart, a 130-minute period is going to give you a perfect 5-day candle average. And it seems to work. All right, guys, I just gave Barry the cue. He was going to come in at any second, so if there's any one last thing you want to ask, you better sneak it in before he does. Just kind of going through the my like symbols, things I've been in the past or watching now, but I don't really plan on doing anything adding to what I already have. It'd be nice to see that GDXJ kick into gear, I'll tell you that. I would be on the winning side of a few of those. Oh, that Tesla, look at that. Tesla is really flagging, huh? If Tesla comes down and touches the 10-day moving average, I mean, you could even try and get tricky and come in here and say, create a price alert. Let me know if Tesla touches that 10-day moving average. I'd like to get in. Oh, look at that. The 130 came into play on Tesla. Look at that. Couldn't get a close above the 130. Interesting. All right, still waiting for Barry, but let's take a look at BTBT for Andre. Not bad. I like the morning push. Now, these are always best when they happen in the first hour of the day. The, the reversals and the selling and the stop hunts from the algorithms, they happen in the first hour of the day. I don't like seeing sell-offs at the end of the day. Early part of the day, good to go. So you see on the daily chart, it lined up really nicely there with the 20-day moving average. It's just popped right back above like a balloon underwater. And if it closes like that, might not be a bad possible case for an entry. It's up to you. Did I miss that one, Mike? UMG, UMC. Looks like it's really kind of losing its steam here today as it didn't hold right there. Probably should have bounced off that point. Just waiting for Barry so I don't lose the stream. All right, guys. Thank you. I'm just waiting for Barry. And I'll duck out the minute I see him. All right, guys. I see your comments. Thanks for it. I'll see some of you later today. Otherwise, I'll see you guys here next Tuesday at noon. Bye.
All right, TR. Boy, I mean, we're getting a lot of. It's amazing. I'm really amazed. I mean, I thought maybe I had to check to make sure I haven't moved the filter values down or something, but we are getting a ton of alerts from this scan today. I mean, it's not necessarily a good thing. I'd rather have maybe 5 max, but we'll have to see what happens tomorrow. If I bought INUV last Thursday, would I still be in it? So right there, so it's 60 cents and it moves. Would I still be in it? I'd still probably have a part of it, but no way would I not be out some at least. It's doubled. And, lots of volume, so no problem getting out. But, that was the level right there, or we saw a level back here, the weekly chart. I think there was a bit of a stall area, but I mean, it still has a shot to get to $1.50, I guess. So when you ask me, is there another block trade setup? What do you mean by that exactly? There are no other filters or alerts, if that's what you're talking about. That's it. I mean, that's it. It's obviously not geared for pink sheet stocks like that to show you the bid and the ask, or that information. But again, I say to you, if you get an alert, I mean, most of the time you can tell just by looking at the chart whether it's at the bid or the ask. Most of the time, anyway. All right, guys, it is now 1:02, so today is Tuesday, so there is a marketing meeting at 2. I will do my video right now. You guys can hear me in the YouTube feed, right? Just want to make sure of that. Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys. All right, and I will just pop that link in again if you want to subscribe to the videos that I do every day. Again, just click on my homepage link. And right here, recap videos. TRXC on the move, guys. Yeah, well, while I do my video, you guys can have fun there. All right, I will put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, so Caleb, I don't know what you mean. That setup is on tour carpet. Not sure what you mean by that. I'm sure it's typed in incorrectly, maybe, but not sure what you mean by that. Unless that is cryptic and I'm just not getting it. Mr. Real, how are you? What a morning. What a morning. Muy bien. I would be for it. I could probably read most of it. I may not be able to string a sentence together, but I could probably read most of it. Welcome to the 21st century, or the 20th. William with SSD. You're going to love it. I mean, just that alone. Oh, okay. Well, you know then. I mean, I don't know how long that's been out. Been a few years with the PCs too, but what a difference. All right, guys. So I am looking. I'm just trying to see if there's anything on my thumbnail charts that are could be a little bit interesting. WW is worth watching, Big. Okay? Worth watching. WW. Oh, unless, I'm sorry, unless somebody was actually talking about Weight Watchers. Sorry. Usually when I see WW, it means somebody's, well, worth watching. I mean, that's typically, like people will say, worth watching. Something, a stock is worth watching. CRNT as an example. Worth watching. It's been a little erratic. I did jump back into it. You guys probably know that because of all the price alerts I kept putting on it. Guys, we're talking about Micron. All day beast is right, yes. Lifetime high. No. Well, if somebody, I don't know, if somebody said like a stock, gave you a stock symbol and afterwards WW, it means worth watching. Okay. All right, why not? HEC, another SPAC here. Hudson Executive Investment. HEC, a little pop. Yeah, doesn't appear. Just trying to think if they're looking. I don't know if they're looking at a cannabis play or not. Wait a minute. In merger with Talkspace, sorry. Merger with Talkspace, whatever they are. Actually, I think I might have that KG. Let me just do a check. How's the goose? I haven't looked at Canada Goose for a long time. Well, I mean, the same thing. I mean, it's got to break out of here. I just think that it just doesn't have the same allure that it had when it was up here at $72 or even higher. Oh, I guess 72 right here after it did its IPO back here. Let me see. I think I have it. Let me just see if I do have it. If I don't, you'll have to ask Steve for it. A table. Let's see. Oops. I do. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna turn the question on to you, Kumar. If you've been in the room before, all I do is I just look left. The question was, does CRNT still have room to move? Okay. So what do you see when you look? And I'm trying to get you to look at a weekly and a monthly chart. What do you see? I did not see that. No, Canada Goose. I did not see that. So again, I'm not really singling you out, but the question was, does CRNT still have room to go up? Okay. So again, all I do is I just look left. I mean, how many times I have to say that, right? But it's true. Just look left. So the next high that I see, sometimes I just don't get the. So when you stretch that monthly chart out just a little bit so you can start to see what's happening. So the next high I see is 690. Now, does that mean it's going to stall at 690? Not necessarily. But I mean, that's an area where I'd be, wondering, I wonder if it'll get through that. So as I was saying, earlier on the CRNT, I told you I was really, really watching this one. We had the initial alert at 650, I think, 648, right here. It pulled back. I said, well, guys, keep watching this. I mean, there's a lot of, a lot of interest in this stock. Had a great week. I had a great day on Friday. And, this was the area that I thought, okay, it's a 15-minute chart. It was holding at 612. I thought, okay, I think this is, the well, I got in around 627, so I had about a 15-cent stop on it. But I'm not going to say, okay, guys, you should take this trade. You'll have to ask Steve, but I think it's looking for stocks that have, coming back. I mean, I think GGLY was on that list. So I think these are stocks under $20 that have maybe a chance to make some moves. It's his scan, so. But the best thing to do is just click on alerts and see what sort of charts you're looking at on the longer time frames. See if there's a bit of a pattern that is showing, okay, yeah, I can see why this is on the list. It has some room to go. Yeah, who'd have thunk that, right? Intel outsourcing to AMD. Man. How many times, guys, seriously, when you were buying computers, I don't know, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and you'd walk into your computer store, you walk into your Best Buy, and they'd have an Intel computer and an AMD, processor. And, the snobbery in all of us went for Intel, thinking AMD. Now, maybe in those days, I don't know. I don't know what the performance levels were in those days. But that is completely and utterly changed. I'm not saying you don't buy Intel anymore, but you certainly don't turn your eyes or your nose up at an AMD computer anymore. They were a low price upstart, yes, exactly. But probably for the average person out there, probably absolutely fine. But good marketing. You had to have that computer that said Intel inside, and the math coprocessor. Yes, but unless you're doing extensive Excel work, if you're just doing word processing, this very very say not math intensive work, then an AMD was probably absolutely fine. I'm not sure there is an EV ETF. You might want to do a Google search on that. I heard that I'm not sure. Just do, I don't have one off the top of my head. Maybe some in the room might, but just do a search. Google ETF for EVs or electric vehicle sector, something like that. How about drive? Try drive. D-R-I-V. I do remember this one now. Okay? Drive. D-R-I-V. There you go. Good enough for me. Oh my, guys. Oh my. So what did I say? Was it 690 that I said was the next high looking left? 5 on the CRNT. What did I say? 690. Getting close. I drive also. Okay, let's take a look at it. Let's see who's got volume. Okay, so 178,000. And what about drive? So this one has a lot more volume. Doesn't mean that, you know, it's not worth it, the other one, but again, this has a lot more volume. I'm sure he is, Chamath. Yeah, man. So it won't be one of his IPO whatevers. What is he up to now? Is there a G yet? Looks like IPOF is the last one. So there's not a G yet. Yeah, that's what Zach said, working on something for climate. Interesting. Interesting comments we're getting about AMD versus Intel. A little bit better. MJ is doing a little bit better. Yeah, it's trying to come back. Still interested in this one for a longer term. I don't know what that means for me, though. All right, guys, remember what I was saying about the CRNT? I've taken some out just in case it can't get through that 690. We have two areas. I mean, 690 plus, you know, the whole number of 7. So that could stall it for a while anyway. Okay, guys, so here is the trade of the week. Has not triggered. Remember, the trigger is 319. It did not get up there. So before people start saying what's wrong with the trade of the week, there's nothing wrong with it. It hasn't triggered. It'll happen. guys, I mean, just get into the habit of, having a monthly and a weekly chart up and running. You could, like, did I know for sure that this was going to have a problem getting through 690? No. And that's the CRNT. But, you just have to start looking at charts, looking left to see where there could be some resistance. Doesn't mean it's over. Doesn't mean it's not going to take out 690. It just means that, you got to be really aware of these levels. Yeah, I mean, I've got them. Listen, I've got them up here. My problem is that I can't pay enough attention to stuff. Okay, I mean, I like to pay a lot more attention. But this is the 8 EMA. Yes, the 8 EMA. I mean, if I were looking to short things, I'd be watching for either a cross of the 8 EMA, that orange line. I don't know why I've got two blue lines here, but crossing below the 20 SMA, things like that. I just don't have. I just cannot pay attention like I'd like to. Why do I have two blue lines? It must be that Keltner channel. I don't even know why I've got this. Just give me a moment here. There we go. Ah, I appreciate that, Moth Dog. I'm sure there's a reason. Yeah, your trigger may be different from my trigger. It might be different from Real's trigger. It might be different from Torps's. Everybody has a different idea about what they consider a trigger. But you wait for it. For instance, good example maybe BNGO. Okay, so this was the alert we had this morning. 994 plus 990 right here. Okay, two alerts for BNGO. So when I saw it, I thought, wow, okay, that could be good. I mean, it's an active stock, but I said, you know what? I'll take a look at it though if it gets over 10. So now, was this an absolute trigger? The fact that if it taken this out, would I have taken the trade immediately? Not necessarily. But I mean, I was going to wait for a 10:02 break and then take a look to see what it was doing there. So you notice it never triggered, as an example. I didn't try to anticipate that it was going to. So for me, there was no trade yet until it took out 10. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, price alerts. They're so simple to do. So simple to do. How long had you had the program, Eddie? That's okay. I mean, no, it's amazing how many people have had the program for several months and are not aware of certain aspects of the program, which is why I think hopefully Price Alerts is here. Let me just see. And the answer is, here we go. So, one of the things when you signed up, Eddie, can you remember way back 6 months ago? Did you see anything about the 20 short lessons? And it's okay if you said, yeah, I saw it, but I didn't do it. Did you see it? I'll answer. Adrian, no, you're not being a pain. That's why we're here. So, Eddie, can you remember when you signed up, was there something kind of front and center about the 20 short lessons? And don't be afraid to say yes, but I ignored it. I mean, that's fine. Really? Okay. See, that's because this to me, the 20 short lessons for somebody's first starting out, so important. You know, the basic features, top lists, alert windows, multi-strategy, and guess what? Price alerts. Okay? So, you know, I've actually tried to hammer our marketing people. You know, in fact, I'm going to bring it up in the marketing meeting. Again, it should be front and center, big, bold, underlined. A defector. We love defectors. All right, Adrian. Okay, so what you're seeing is Trade Ideas software. We're a scanner. Okay, first and foremost, we're a scanner. And, you know, I don't know what your trading experience is. When you say new to you, you mean trading completely is new to you or what you're looking at? Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. So we do have a promo on right now. I mean, you could try us out for a month with a 20% discount. That's at $118 less 20%. If you didn't like it, well, then you know it's not really a subscription. It's just month to month. But we're a scanner, okay? And I share a lot of scans. So I mean, if you took the program, product, things like you see on the screen, I share a lot of scans, more than what you see here. We also, if you're brand new to trading, you know, we emphasize this a lot. Before you commit money to the market, practice, practice, practice. No inglés? Well, I don't know how to help you. If you're serious, you can't understand me, then I. Oh, English. You mean English as in from England, as in the mothership? Okay, okay, yeah, yeah. No, I thought you meant you didn't understand English. Okay. Anyway, if you're new to trading, we've got a great simulation trader right here called Brokerage Plus. So it's paper trading. It's using our real-time data, and you can practice trading before you commit money to the market. Very, very, very important. Okay, very important. So, Saif, when you say is there a price point, you mean is there a suggested entry? The suggested entry is $3.19. So it has not triggered, if that's what you're talking about. Boy, we've got the politest group here. Like, sorry for joining late today. Yeah, a really polite group of people. Meanwhile, INUV still romping along here. What a run it's at. Look at that, almost 100%. It's not a low float, so this will trade the float easily double. So when we looked at INUV a little while ago, we saw that it had some room maybe to move to the 150 mark. Looking at that monthly chart, you can kind of see there's a bunch of stuff around that 150 level. So when you say a watch list, you can't add, well, I guess I don't know if you can add a watch list, to be honest, because it's not a cloud link. A watch list is not a cloud link. So you're talking about literally a watch list and not a layout, Chris, right? Yeah, watch list is not a, because you can only, just one moment, please. Okay, just give me a moment here, guys. Okay, yeah. So you can only add something that you can put in the cloud, and I don't see how you can put a symbol list in the cloud. Whew. All right, guys. So again, today is Thursday, so there is a Thursday. Today is Tuesday, so there is a marketing meeting today that I attend at 2 o'clock. So that's getting close. I wonder at what point Hello, Tony. I wonder at what point Cardiff is going to bounce. CRDF. Terrible week last week. Well, one day, I guess. That was Friday. Terrible day. Continuation down. I actually shorted this one early. I only got about 15 cents out of it. I was kind of distracted and I didn't want to keep it. But I shorted this one, I think, at 12.81. So had I kept this would have been very nice. Have to wait and see tomorrow. See if it continues down. I mean, this is really there's no real support for this until around on the weekly till about 5:51. The next low looking left. Yeah, I mean it's 450. I mean this could keep sinking. Had very bad news on Friday, obviously. Meanwhile, activity somewhere. Meanwhile, just a minute. Okay, guys, I'm still. You know what you mean by the voice announce out to the room while you're gone? I do say that. I actually text it right there. So any moment here. Okay, guys, so I'm going to be gone. I'm going to just put myself on mute now. Meanwhile, look at CRDF. Just as I'm talking about it, gives up 12 like nothing. All right, guys, I am putting myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, long meeting. All right, see if I have any questions. Caleb, I don't understand your question about the block trades. Again, I gave you the information, and that's all we have. So I'm not sure I understand the question. Yeah, meanwhile, look at GRTS. Oh man, GRTS, INUV. What a day it's been for like tremendous percentage increases. Yeah, that EHang, man, oh man, what a, you would have thought maybe the last 2 months, how can it outperform that? Well, look at this. Look at this. All right, guys. So Digital Ally getting a little frisky here. Again, the trigger is 319. Hey, it may happen. May happen later on. Meanwhile, now I almost did a little chase on INUV. However, take a look here. 175 is the high looking left, and 151. So 175 is the next high looking left. I mean, if it can break through that, then you start looking over here. I mean, 220, and over here, $3. So I mean, IUNV probably is going to be on the watch list for me tomorrow. So Caleb, are you still in the room? I don't know if you're still in the room. So I don't understand when you say it shows the quality symbol but not price and description. Well, the link I gave you, the cloud link I gave you, definitely has the price and description. So I'm not sure I know what you mean. Yeah, see, that's not the type of room this is. We have ideas, Money Heist, but this is not like I'm not going to say, yes, I think you should go in here and take this trade. A lot of it is, people have their own personal opinion, they'll have opinions, of course. Okay, so I don't understand what you mean because I did give it to you. So let me just make sure I'm not hallucinating. All right, so description and price. Not price and description. This is the one I gave to you. Ah, but are you talking about, you're just talking OTC? Yeah, so in OTC, I guess you're out of luck, maybe. If you're just interested in OTC, now I think I understand. No. Well, here's the price. So, and again, description is, there's nothing we can do about that. So here's the price. So, I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, you do have a price. Now, I don't know how many decimals you can go, maybe 4 decimals. I know you're trying to trade like 0.0001 stocks. There's probably, I don't know if there's a way. Yeah, so I don't know if we go, how many decimals is that? One? Yeah, I don't know if this software is going to help you. I know there's a way. I thought there was a way to get 4 decimals though. Well, actually, I'm starting to get block trade at the ask. No, but what's happening is I must have I didn't uncheck one of the exchange. Yeah, I didn't uncheck NASDAQ. That's why. Yeah. I wonder if it's in the options. Oops. This is unavoidable. The description is not gonna do it. I'm trying to. I just can't remember. There might be a way to have 4 decimals. I just can't, I've never ever traded a stock that cheap, so I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. There might be a way to have 4 decimals, but I'm not sure how to do it. You might have to go to info@trade-ideas.com, okay? As far as the description is concerned, nothing we can do about that. Meanwhile, incroyable. I mean, remember what? This is a virus play. That's right. This is a virus play. QRTS is a virus play. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. I mean, this still has a ton of room. Um, these are alerts. I don't think it's a column. Let me just see. You have the bid size and bid ask ratio that you can, as a column. Yeah, you can have the bid size and the bid ask ratio. Again, I don't know if it works OTC. You can add them though and see. Very, very, very few of our customers are like you. Okay. Sub pennies. Just try it. Add that. Just what I did. Just search, like right click on that window that I gave you, search and type in bid. Okay, and now you can just see what happens. Well, see what happens, but you'll see this. Here are the 2 filters that you can use. Well, yeah, real, and I'll echo real. I mean, especially, if you take your product, even on a standard basis, and you have the simulator using our real-time data, practice trading first. I mean, if I had a jet and you didn't know how, and I knew how to drive it, but you didn't, and I just threw you the keys, what would you do? So here's trade ideas. It's not quite the jet. I know how to drive most of it, but look, trading is hard. It's not easy, but you got to spend the time. We don't have level 2. No, that's get that from your broker. Yeah, this GRT be really interesting to see how it trades in the after hours GRTS. The number of trades, yes. The print are the number of trades, yes. I find that our prints filter is only valuable if you're looking for stocks that are actively trading every single day. Otherwise, I don't find it helpful. But I mean, listen, a lot of you are looking for stocks that are trading actively every single day. The problem with using it is that, take a look at GRTS. I have no idea how much it was trading. If you look at the weekly chart, probably wasn't trading very much. So all of a sudden it has this explosive day, probably millions of prints. Whereas if you put maybe not millions, hundreds of thousands of prints. So if you put the print filter on, say, well, I only want to see stocks that are trading on average 10,000 prints a day. I mean, that's fine. You can do that. But you probably are going to miss the stocks that are just absolutely rocketing, having their day. Any thoughts on HYSR? HYSR? Take a look at HYSR. Yeah, I'm just not a penny player, Kumar. Okay, I mean it's had a tremendous. I mean, what can I say? I mean, last month or 2 months ago was a 2 cent stock. I get it. I'm just not a penny player. I have no thoughts on it. I don't know what they do. It's a pink sheet stock. Yeah, Hyper Solar, great name. All right, guys, it is now 3 o'clock. I usually shut the room down around three. So, are there any other questions? I will stick around if there are questions. What a day! I mean, what a day, especially in this the options. I mean, this was a lot of activity in this option. I actually probably too much. I hope only we get about four or five tomorrow. DGLY. Let's see if it's going to make it today. Doesn't mean listen. Doesn't mean this is a broken trade. All right. It may not hit 319 today. Maybe it hits it tomorrow. Just for our purposes, for our statistical purposes, triggering in the first couple of days doesn't mean this is not a valid trade going forward. If it hits the trigger, if it hits the trigger tomorrow or Thursday or Friday or. Meanwhile, BlackBerry, wow, what a move! I mean, what a move! Through 12 now. And grits, yeah, I mean, this could be a very interesting hold. Yeah, so it was JC. Yeah, I think it's now it's a Q stock now, isn't it? Was it no longer at all? Here we are. Yeah, no, you're right. JCP and Q. You are right. Well, it's sent every. Well, obviously yesterday was a market holiday, but it was sent this morning, Lily. It hasn't triggered. DGLY. It has not triggered. I don't know. It's loading in our charts, but I do notice that it's not loading in Interactive Brokers. I don't know. Listen, Monica. I mean, that's such a. It's highly emotional grits right now. I mean, any stock that's gone up 174%, low, fairly low float, 33 million in the float. I mean, anything could happen right now. Hey, they might even announce a financing. So, I mean, I can't tell you. I mean, I would take some off then. I mean, I don't know where you're in or if you've not taken any off. I'd watch to see how it closes. Meanwhile, MJ coming right back up to that magic 20. What a nice run it's had since the sell-off in the morning. How's Tilray doing? Did it come back? Little bit. Yeah, actually quite a bit. I mean, the low was 1740, so back up to 19, so it tacked on a dollar and a half. Again, what did AFA do? This is the merger, I guess, AFA and Tilray. Boy, this should be really interesting after hours, especially if it holds these gains, GRTS. What you don't want to see you don't want to see a big collapse, but if it can hold these gains, they don't have to. It doesn't have to keep rocketing upwards, but just kind of hold, even in this area, and then see what happens after hours. All right, everybody. I think that's it. So, interesting start to this abbreviated week. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you in the trading room tomorrow. Bye-bye.